room fades black. Comment wars flare in the scrolling bar. He's breaking down takes on who we are. Then a thought hits quick like a locker slam. What if I just play the songs that raised this man? Donnie, spin that track. Eddie's going back. 96 posters on the bedroom wall.
Yes, you want your treat, don't you? Think Donnie wants a treat? What do you think? You want your treat? You want your treats? Look at him. What is that? Is that your favorite treat? Is that your nubs? There you go. Stand up. There you go. How's everybody's Thursday going? Y'all having a good day today? I'm having an alright day. It's supposed to start raining here. It's supposed to start raining. When is it going to start raining? Hey, now it's no longer going to rain today. It's supposed to rain tomorrow now. Tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We'll see. We'll see. Do you guys trust your weather reports? I don't. Half the dang time it ever works.
Still that kid, just a better mic. Still trying to say what's wrong, what's right. Some nights debate, some nights rewind.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Speaking his mind. Donnie, spin that track. Eddie's going back. Chat scrolling fast, but the room feels small. High school ghost in a pixel glow. And the dog's first.
All right. That's enough of that. How y'all doing today? All right, let's get started. You know what? That's not big enough, is it? Let's go plus. Oops, not that one. I want to go plus here. Plus. Maybe down a little bit. All right, we're starting off in Oklahoma. So check this out. Wow, Oklahoma Principal Kirk Moore is being praised nationwide as a hero for tackling a would-be mass shooter at Pauls Valley High School. He got shot in the leg and is expected to be okay personally. After personally confronting the gunman. What a brave patriot. We'd have been telling a very different story today if Principal Moore didn't do what he did here yesterday. And I spoke with the pastor, so let's watch this.
We've been telling a very different story today. Principal Moore didn't do what he did here yesterday. Now, I spoke with his pastor today, and he says that he was at the hospital. He went to go see the principal yesterday. He prayed with him, and he said he is expected to be okay. He said that the bullet just kind of grazed his knee, but everybody's grateful after what happened.
That was a very heroic act.
The heroic act that has the Pauls Valley community grateful for Principal Kirk Moore tonight, jumping into action and tackling the former student who investigators say tried to kill him and other students.
He is definitely the type of guy to do that. Some student was to get harmed, he would definitely take a bullet for him. I believe that.
That's what other grads say about him.
As soon as the bell rang and all the students were going to class, he was outside the office. He interacted with students in the lobby. He was friendly.
We also spoke to some who knew him most of his life.
Probably 55 years longer.
Harold Markham and Principal Moore went to school together and both graduated from Pauls Valley themselves. Long before he came back to coach, then later lead as assistant principal before becoming principal in 2021. Harold says what he did Tuesday just speaks to the type of person he is.
He's just a great guy. He really is. He really knows the kids.
Good for him. Dude.
I lost a son about 4 years ago, and he set up the whole high school and everything for his funeral.
This is a look at a memorial the principal made for Harold's son. It sits in a courtyard on campus. The principal showing sympathy when it was needed and strength when the situation
Sounds
calls
like a
for
pretty
that
good dude,
too.
if you ask
We're
me.
praying for you, Kirk, and get better, my man. Can't wait to see you.
Hey.
I did also reach out to family. Still waiting to hear back. Obviously, they're dealing with a lot right now. But speaking with the pastor, he said that Principal Moore is also a private person, so he declined to comment at this time. The school, though, has obtained an attorney. We're waiting to hear back from them for comment as well. For now, live in Pauls Valley, Chantal Navarro, KOCO 5 News.
I don't think this young lady is going to go very far in the news. I mean, like high ranking. She might stay local and stuff like that, but it's just Doesn't really seem too much like a an anchor to me. I could be wrong, but I mean, I did go out before, and I used to run the news a little bit here and there. So, you know, who knows what I know? I'm just a dumbass, maybe. All right, Justin, CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper lays it straight for our troops. In less than 40 days, you destroyed the military that Iran built for over 40 years. Let's watch the video. This should be good.
I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command. Less than 6 weeks ago, more than 50,000 of America's sons and daughters in uniform launched Operation Epic Fury and embarked on a mission of profound consequence. We set out to dismantle the Iranian regime's ability to project power beyond its own borders, and we clearly accomplished this task. Iran has suffered a generational military defeat. The United States and Israel systematically destroyed Iran's ability to conduct large-scale military operations for years to come. Iran's conventional military capability, built over 40 years at the cost of billions of dollars, has been eliminated. As the president expressed earlier this week, our core strategic military objectives have been achieved after destroying Iran's missile, drone, and naval capabilities and their defensive industrial base. After successfully conducting 13,000 strikes on Iranian military targets and flying thousands upon thousands of combat flights, U.S. forces have paused offensive operations in accordance with the ongoing ceasefire. However, we remain present. We remain vigilant, and we remain ready if called. We also continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with our regional partners in maintaining the most sophisticated and largest active air defense umbrella in the world. At the beginning of this campaign, I sent a letter to the force expressing my expectations, and our extraordinary warfighters exceeded each and every one of them.
Nice.
So to all our soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, guardians, and Coast Guardsmen operating forward, you represent the strongest, most lethal military the world has ever known. In less than 40 days, you destroyed the military that Iran built for over 40 years.
God bless
Your courage, grit, and ingenuity have served America extremely well. Finally, I want to close by remembering and honoring our 13 fallen warriors who made the ultimate sacrifice during Operation Epic Fury. We continue to hold their memories and their families, their friends, and their teammates in our prayers. Their selfless service and dedication will always be remembered as future generations follow their example and carry forward their legacy. Our men and women in uniform represent the best of America. I just could not be prouder and more humbled to serve with them, and I know the American people share that same pride. So to our warriors, stay sharp, remain resolved, and continue to take care of one another. Thanks so much, and Godspeed.
Godspeed. Great job. Great job. Right? But then we're America. We always do. Well, for them, I shouldn't say we always do a great job, but we're America. We're the best. We're the best around. All right, so breaking news. So this is, you guys haven't been here long enough. You know, I start off with the morning stuff, then I move up to the later stuff. So President Trump this morning, without a doubt, has contingency plans for Iran if they screw things up. Iran is now out of options. While the Iranians are talking, the Americans are preparing. The Iranian military was decimated over the past 40 days, and the United States and Israel took out the production lines that make drones and missiles that the Iranians were using and used over the past 40 days against regional countries and U.S. forces. Although, I know they're getting stuff from China, folks. I do not like this ceasefire for 2 weeks. I think the ceasefire for 2 weeks, all it's going to do is give the Iranians time to get more bombs, get more weapons, to rebuild their weapons that have been destroyed. I just think that's all they're doing. They're buying time so they can build up some more, so they can fight some more. I could be wrong, but I don't know. Let's see what they're saying here on this clip.
It's the message it sends to other countries around the world, like China.
Absolutely. And if we've learned anything from Operation Epic Fury, it's that the Trump administration is preparing and has contingency plans in place for a variety of options. So while the Iranians are talking, the Americans are preparing. And again, this speaks to the advantage that the United States has, not just at the negotiating table, but also on the battlefield. The Iranian military was decimated over the past 40 days. The United States and Israel took out the production lines that make the drones and missiles that the Iranians are using and used over the past 40 days against regional countries and U.S. forces. They have hammered the leadership of the regime, taking out dozens of officials. And again, this is part of the reason that the Iranians are trying to publicly leverage the Americans, because they're out of options. They have no leverage left at the negotiating table or on the battlefield. And that's why you're hearing these remarks from top Iranian officials. There's a connection to all of this. Hezbollah is Iran's largest proxy in the region. The president has been very clear. The vice president was very clear. And Israel's prime minister was very clear. Lebanon is not attached to this deal. Iran's president today says they are. And so that will get worked out on Saturday. But again, the United States is preparing and the Iranians are talking.
Yeah, thanks so much, Trey. And by the way,
I mean, we have to be there. Just because you have a ceasefire doesn't mean you stop making sure that they're not doing anything wrong. You know, that would be very stupid. If just, you know, you're at war with somebody, and just because you decide to do a ceasefire for 2 weeks, oh yeah, let's just let them be. We're gonna go sit in our room, watch some TV. You know, no, that's not how it works. You got to keep an eye on them. Make sure they're not doing anything crazy over there. All right, so the NEC director, Kevin Hassett, if we set up off-take agreements with our allies so that they have a guaranteed supply of U.S. oil, they'd have a much more secure energy supply. So it sounds like what we're trying to do here is to be a broker and broker a deal with all the countries saying, look, you know what? You come to us, we'll give you a cheaper price, and we'll guarantee you'll get there cleanly and safely every single time.
I mean, the president made a stunning comment the other night in his address to the nation that the U.S. produces more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. That was pretty incredible. So just to be clear, are you saying that you have received interest from allies across the world to buy oil and gas recently during this Iran conflict?
Right. It's one of the things that people mention in conversation is that if we set up offtake agreements with our allies so that they have a guaranteed supply of U.S. oil, they'd have a much more secure energy supply, and that would be very, very good for reducing the risks that their country faces. And for sure, we've had conversations about that really since the trade negotiations began years ago.
I mean, the president made a stunning...
Sorry, I was trying to think and see if he's really there or if he's on a green screen. You know, I see that I was looking at the pipe moving here. I was looking for the trees to move to see if maybe his hair blue or not. I don't know. You know, that's just me. I'm just the kind of guy, you know. I question everything. I gotta wonder about this stuff. All right, so this is from Steve Deese. If you've gotten an interest in Lebanese Christian community, but have shown no interest whatsoever in the massacre of Christians by Muslims in Nigeria, you're a complete and total fraud. Just one of the many examples of the scams we are being fed daily. I've had reservations about this war since before it started and expressed them publicly on various platforms for this reason. What does victory look like when a regime you cannot trust to negotiate in good faith? And then should we topple it outright? Who is there that's sane, that can imminently subdue the nation of 90 million people so it doesn't fall into even worse hands of the bloody sectarian violence, right? Because this is question number one he's asking. What does victory look like with the regime you cannot trust? And we can't trust them. So this is a good question. He's saying, should we just completely take out the whole freaking country? And I was saying this last night, if you guys were here last night. The fact of the matter is, Muslims and, you know, Iran and all these people, that's where all the terrorists are coming from. They've been trying to kill everybody in America for how long now? So what thinks that we're just going to go in there, beat the shit out of them, and just say, okay, they're going to be good now and leave? No, all those people that are diehard are going to want to get revenge, right? So are we only going to be able to win the war if we destroy everybody in the country? And then, you know, then you get people saying, well, you know, what if we only take out the bad guys? How are we going to question them? Are you a bad guy? Oh, no, you're a good guy? Okay, you go over in that pile right there. Think about it. Would you tell the truth? No. It's such an insane thing to wonder. Now, what we're betting on is that we're going to kick the living shit out of them, and the people of Iran are going to be like, you know what? We better leave America alone because, well, we don't need this happening again. And that's the whole point, right? That's what our point is right now. Let's just kick the living shit out of their country and let them know that we're the big badass America that you don't mess with. But there's still going to be those people that are like, well, you know what? I need to get my revenge. So will we ever win? Is a war ever winnable? That's the question we have to be asking ourselves. Is war ever winnable? And I don't think you can ever 100% win a war. There's just too many different, there's too many people involved, right? Let's see, you're at school, you got the school bully, right? You beat the shit out of the school bully in hopes he won't bully you anymore and probably other people. That's only 2 people you got to worry about. We're dealing with million or so people. How many people are actually in? Wait, I want to keep that one because I'm working on editing some video. How many people are in Iran? So there's over 93 million people there. And then the question is how many people are not in the country and other countries that we have to worry about too, right? There's just way too many differences there or possibilities there, right? So number 2 says, here at home, we have so many unaddressed existential problems dividing us that threaten our daily lives more than Iran does from the viewpoint of the majority of American people. Thus, we simply do not have the united resolve on literally anything as a people like the Israelis do post-October 7th, right? They show that video after 9/11. There was no flags out anywhere, and all of a sudden 9/11 happens, and every single house has an American flag on it. We're so divided right now. It's just insane to know how divided we are. You got the liberals on one side, you got conservatives on another side. Then you got the people that are not conservative, they're not liberal, and then you got the people that don't give a shit at all. We are so divided in this country, and they're pushing on that. The Democrats and the Republicans both enjoy us being divided, because then they can manipulate us. Well, don't listen to the Democrats because they're saying this, right? That's why I hope you guys watch this show, because I'm the kind of person that I go both ways. Like right now, President Trump, we're going to talk about it later, put out a post about Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly and all these people. And he's mad at them because they're going against him on something. And this is one of President Trump's biggest flaws. Well, if you're not with me, you're against me, is basically what he's thinking. And I have told you guys a million times, you shouldn't agree with everything President Trump does. That's not human nature. We don't agree with everything. You're just a freaking follower. Don't be a follower. Use your own brain. Do your own research. That's why I do this show here, because I'll go through it. I'll give you my side of it, and I'll give you both sides of it, so you can think for yourself. We need to think more often and do our own work, right? I'm going to make it bigger. Maybe this makes everything better for you guys. So it says, thus we simply do not have the united resolve. This is not Bibi's war or any of that other BS you are hearing. As a nation, Israel wants this, and this is the most generationally united as a nation they have been for decades. If anything, Bibi is more likely to be criticized for not acting swifter and more punishing. They were always going to be more committed to never facing anything like that again than we are to literally anything, because we are so fractured. So this must be coming from an Israeli person. Even on the American right, if we turn our backs on Republicans for 5 minutes, they'll apparently fund Planned Parenthood and do mass amnesty to betray us. And that's before even we discuss the irreconcilable differences with the other side on virtually everything. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble reading tonight. You don't trust MTG or Alex Jones or, well, like I said, everybody has their own thoughts. But if you're just saying that just because President Trump went up on them, then that's, like I said. But, our base is currently watching us fight Iran harder than we fought Tim Walz in Minnesota or the Epstein human trafficking ring. This leads to distrust when trust was already sorely lacking. This is why you have not seen me daily cheering this on with my child of the 80s jingoism here or there. I don't know what that means. But since we're in it, I'd prefer winning to losing, and this Iranian regime has been a perpetuator of evil throughout my life. Unfortunately, we cannot have a reasonable conversation about this that includes nuances and distinctions as adults should, because sinister and dark forces are using this moment to create scapegoats and further anti-Western narratives in order to take advantage of a justifiably skeptical and frustrated people. To the point, the oldest scapegoat play in the book, the Joss, I don't know what that is. Oh, I see what he's saying. Is now the quickest way to be taken seriously and grow a serious audience. And this literally happened out of nowhere. We went from 0 to 100 on this on the right overnight, which is how you know it is not natural. It is supernatural. The latest sifting is taking place as we speak, and a lot of people who think they are the critical thinkers are going to end up on the wrong side of this tragically. Misled by demoniacs. Like I said, I can't talk. Who are intentional deceivers or just grifters chasing the audience dopamine hit, and thus the Hamans of their day. No one ever goes down the rabbit hole of Jewish scapegoating and comes back a better person for it. This has become so obvious to anybody with a spiritual pulse that it's made it impossible to have real conversations about what we're doing here and why possible. It's made it impossible to show any kind of reservations whatsoever, because it's clear the Jewish scapegoating is a narrative in search of details, not details that create a narrative. And it sadly also shows how few of our countrymen have any kind of spiritual pulse. Which is why, despite my ongoing misgivings of the war, I oppose the vast majority of people opposing it currently with all my might. Because they have made it obvious they are not doing so for rational reasons, but quite the opposite. This is insane, dark, sinister, and godless. I stand against it with everything I have, no matter the cost. Steve Deese. I don't even know who this person is. Who is this person? Steve Deese. Believer, husband, father, grandfather, Blaze TV host, 4 times best-selling author. I even got the executive producer. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. I agree with what this person's saying for the most part. You know, not everything. But we're definitely, he's talking about the great big divide we have in the United States. And it's huge. It's huge. And it's gotten to where the point of is, if you're a conservative, you can't agree with anything the liberals say, otherwise you're just tossed out on your ass. If you're a liberal and you agree with anything the Republicans say, you're tossed out on your ass. That's not how shit works. That's the problem. You know, and I know we need a 2-party system, right? But that's the biggest problem with it. For everything that we have that's good, there's always something bad. And this is the bad part of it. Because you should be able to agree with the other side every once in a while. Right? They're not all bad people. And if you just hate every single liberal, well, that's not a good way to live life, is it? Anyways, Piers Morgan asked a simple question. Does Israel have nukes? The answer was basically yes, but they don't have to admit it because they're America's allies. Let's see what they're saying here.
Which is so now fast forward to where we're at right now. Look at the Straits of Hormuz. Look at the GCC.
Let me ask Will a question, which is, Will, does Israel have nuclear weapons?
Yes, almost certainly. I mean, they haven't officially claimed it, but
why don't we know for a fact?
Because they don't want to say so, because there's American statutes.
Why do they get a pass? Why do they get a pass about that?
Well, because they're our ally and Iran's our enemy. See, it's
so
because we're the good guys.
Okay,
and Iran's the bad guys.
A very interesting admission. So our friends don't need to be transparent about their nuclear capability, but our enemies...
it's good to be America's friend.
But our enemies do.
Yes.
Wow.
That's exactly how it works.
Well, that's
because we have the B-2 bomber and they don't.
Hypocrisy, isn't it?
No, it's only hypocrisy if you don't have a normative view of whether the United States is good and Iran is bad.
I don't think
there's I think differently on this. I think that if they have nukes, we should know about it. And I'm pretty sure, look, if they have nukes, we know about it, right? But the fact of the matter is, you know, they say, and this is where he's using the word nuke here to get at your skin. Yes, we said we're going after them because they have nukes. Or they're trying to get a nuke, they want nukes, right? Well, of course, that's because Iran is very bad people. I mean, there's bad people all over the place, right? But Iran is a Muslim country that if you are not Muslim and you're against them, then you're their enemy and you must die. You don't hear the Jews in Israel saying, well, if you're not a Jewish, then we're going to kill you and you must die. No, that's Islam. That's Islam. And so that's why That's another part with this, right? People do this. People on TV do this to get your feathers riled up. And they don't include all the talking points. They just want to prove the little things that they know will get a rise out of you. And that's the problem with our world. Because if you're liberal, you only listen to liberal news agencies. If you're conservative, you only listen to conservative news agencies. And that's not how it should work.
There is no single good reason why Israel should be allowed to refuse to admit whether it has.
Who says they're in with Muslims? Though
there's no reason. They should be
called the international law police.
They should be.
Again, they're a core ally of the United States, and the United States is the most powerful country.
Are they pro-Muslim or are they just anti-war? That's the question. If I'm asking you, Val.
This whole multipolarity talk is just silly. There's a unipolar hegemon in the world. It's the United States, and we're also very benevolent. And so Israel, our friend, does it. Gets
when you say America is
that's the way the world works.
When you say America is benevolent, how does that sit with the President of the United States 2 days ago talking about the imminent destruction of an entire civilization?
Okay, so that right there was a tactic. It was getting to the point of where, well, we got no other options. This is our option that we've got to deal with right now, and that's where that came from.
Oh, you mean like death to America, death to Israel?
Right.
Like
we've dealt with for 30 years.
Trump throws one post out and everybody loses their crap in the middle of a negotiation and signs a ceasefire within 8 hours?
I'm talking about Donald Trump threatening to annihilate 90 million people in his own words.
McFarland had it right yesterday.
In his own words, on his post.
And it worked, right? And it worked. It worked. What's up, Goofy? Mushy. She's behind. Goofy likes to watch the whole thing, and then she does it on fast speed. So we can't talk to her yet. And the problem with that is, though, she'll start commenting, and we won't know what the hell she's talking about because she's like 15, 20 minutes behind. And where is she? Is she over there? And she's over there. Why are you in YouTube land? I need my hours on Rumble. You guys got to go to Rumble. Rumble's better. I don't know why you're over there in YouTube land. I really I'm really considering stopping streaming to YouTube because they're no good for it anyways anymore. Senior Iranian sources say that under the new ceasefire, Iran will allow no more than 15 ships per day through the Strait of Hormuz. Why is that? That wasn't part of the ceasefire, I don't think. I haven't seen the actual part of it, the actual paperwork on it, but I doubt that was part of it. A few people stated that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Massey was... Hold on, let me see. I gotta make it bigger. A few people stated that MTG and Massey were funded. Were grant funded? Is that what you're saying? Grant funded? You're gonna have to explain that a little bit better to me. Might be going right over my head. Who knows? Are you talking about grants? They got grants? And what do you mean by funded for what, though? All right, so just in, the Trump administration is in talks with allies to have them buy a guaranteed amount of oil. Oh, we just watched this, but this is a longer version, I think, isn't it? No, it's the same thing. We watched that already. How did I do 2 of those? I messed up there. All right, while the U.S. and Israel bomb Iran's missile factories, China is quietly restocking. This is what I'm talking about. China is quietly restocking them. The Telegraph tracked 5 shipments of sodium perchlorate, the key ingredient for solid missile fuel, sailing from China to Iran since the war began. The ships turned off their trackers for large parts of the journey. At least 2 lied about their destination. All 5 are owned by Iran's sanctioned shipping line. These 5 shipments could contain enough material to produce around 785 ballistic missiles. China's response? Sodium perchlorate isn't a controlled export, just normal commercial trade. The missile targets might disagree. And this is what I'm talking about, folks. This ceasefire, they're probably just asked, why 2 weeks? Why not a week? I think 2 weeks is how long it's going to take them to build a whole bunch more bombs, repair their birds, repair their anti-plane, everything. Goofy, you should go to Rumble to help my stats. There we go. This is the problem. This is what worries me about it. All right, let's see what they're showing. Is there any audio with this?
While the U.S. and Israel bomb Iran's missile production infrastructure, China is helping Iran make more. The Telegraph is reporting that 5 shipments of what experts believe is sodium perchlorate, the key ingredient for solid missile propellant, has arrived.
Oh, that's just exactly what I read. Okay. I should have just let the video play. I want to rock. All right, breaking news. President Trump eviscerates our useless NATO allies. None of these people, including our own, very, very disappointing. NATO understood anything unless they pressure placed upon them. Let's see. Is he actually saying something here?
The Middle East will be gone, and then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO. Very. I think that NATO, I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear. Never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that.
Oh,
now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know.
And now afterwards, after the meeting, you know, now that President Trump is threatening to leave NATO, all of a sudden they're kissing our ass again. You know why? Because they use and abuse us. They use and abuse us all the time. They don't give up anything that we need. They barely pay us. They just use and abuse us. You know, NATO is like that friend that goes out and starts fights all the time, but can't fight for themselves. So they look to their big, huge friend and say, hey, can you come help me now? NATO is like a certain streamer I know who will go out and start fights and then turn around and look, okay, Proud Boys, come help me out, please. Or they'll look around, they're like, okay, Proud Boys are here. Now I can start a fight. Right? That's what NATO is. We should be done with NATO. They're still going to be our allies because they're afraid of us. Whether we leave NATO or not, they're still going to be, you know, looking up to us because we kick ass. Is this the same one? Oh, it's about Federal Jerome Powell. Here we go.
Whether or not Jay Powell's going to leave. Maybe he'll just stay on the board, you know, unless this investigation into Jay Powell goes away. So can you really be sure that Kevin Warsh is going to start as chairman of the Fed May 15th?
I'm highly confident that will happen and that we'll work something out with Senator Tillis that satisfies him. And I think the reason we do that is it's so important that such an excellent man get there to the Fed. In terms of Jay Powell, he's really signaled that once there's a confirmed Fed chair, that he'll step aside, and that's the appropriate thing for him to do.
And so you're not expecting him to stay on the board?
No, I am not.
Because, I mean, have you spoken with Tom Tillis?
I have over the years, but not about this specific matter, yeah.
Okay. In terms of the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve, what are your expectations in terms of lessening whether or not Jay Powell is going to leave?
Good riddance. I hope he does. I hope he does. All right. I can't get that song out of my head now. Thanks, David Devine, for making such a good song that it stays in my head all the time. All right, what are we doing up here next? So, breaking news. This was at... It doesn't show what time. Does it show what time? So, breaking news. Iran's deputy foreign minister says that they were on the verge of responding to the ceasefire violation last night, but Pakistan intervened. Tehran was ready to retaliate because of the Israeli attacks in Lebanon. Let's see what's going on here.
Just going to bring you some breaking news coming into us at Sky from the Reuters news agency. Iran's deputy foreign minister says Iran was on the verge of responding to the ceasefire violation last night, but Pakistan intervened. So Iran's deputy foreign minister says Iran was on the verge of responding to the ceasefire violation last night, but Pakistan intervened. That breaking news coming into us just now.
You know, every time I hear Lebanon, you know what I think of? Whenever I hear Lebanon, I always think of Klinger, Maxwell Klinger. Does anybody know does anybody in here old enough, or at least an older TV watcher, know who Maxwell Klinger is? Maxwell Klinger. Maxwell Klinger. Dress wearing, you know, Corporal Maxwell Q. Klinger from MASH. MASH was a great show. I loved MASH. Anybody else here a MASH fan? I was a big fan of MASH. Okay, let's go to cut, paste, I'm working on all my little buttons and stuff here, so we're gonna get better. I'm working new on my button list over here. I separated them now, you know, because we got Hope's Laugh. She likes to always tell me to
Shut up, Eddie.
All right, so Israel has issued an evacuation order for the entirety of southern Beirut. Israel is trying to sabotage the ceasefire, or is trying to cause as much damage as possible before they also have to abide by it. And that's according to the IDF. So senior recent sources that under the new ceasefire. So this is Beirut Pacific area right there. I wonder how many people live in Beirut. Southern. That's a southern Beirut. Let's see how many people. How many people live in Beirut? 2.2 million people. That's quite a bit. It's not. That is Hope's laugh. I got a whole bunch of stuff that Hope will say. Hope says, "Shut up, Eddie."
Shut up, Eddie.
Instant gratification. Eddie, you need to
end the stream, Eddie.
You know, Hope. I got a lot of Hope stuff. Hope says I need to start paying her for using her voice for all this stuff, but we're friends. We're friends. I hook her up all the time. All right, Brianna Morello says, pay attention. The United States will automatically register eligible men aged 18 to 25 for military draft pool starting in December. The Selective Service System, which maintains a database of the potential military personnel, submitted the rule change. The update is still under review by Regulatory Affairs and awaits final approval. So it's not set in stone yet. It's not set in stone yet. You only watch MASH maybe 4 times? Oh, man, I've seen every episode. I used to watch it on Nick at Night. When I was a kid, we used to watch it. Oh, it's great. MASH is great. Dun, 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 dun. All right, what's this? So Fox News says, a mission of profound consequence. This is what Sankon is saying. Let's see. Laid out the scope of Operation More Than 13,000 Strikes. I love watching this military stuff. Gomer Pyle. Gomer Pyle. Wow. Bam. 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 That was a rocket. These are rocket launchers or what? Interesting. I like watching stuff like that. I like watching stuff like that. Val is more talkative tonight. That's good. That's good, Val. You're always so quiet on the show. Okay, so Benny Johnson said this animal was competent enough to vote. He was competent enough to get welfare. He was competent enough to get public housing. Do you guys know who we're talking about yet? He was competent enough to get EBT. He was competent enough to get free bus rides. He was competent enough to acquire a murder weapon. He was competent enough to slice a girl's throat in an instant. Do you guys figure out who this is yet? He was competent enough to immediately brag about murdering that white girl. This animal was competent enough to stand for trial for 14 previous violent offenses and be set free. But now that he's facing the death penalty, he's miraculously incompetent and cannot be judged. My blood is boiling. Impeach and punish the corrupt judges who allowed this violent repeat offender to be free to kill Irina. Federal charges better stick and deliver the death penalty to this monster who was caught on camera committing racial hate murder. Make it a public execution. End the madness. We cannot share a society with these people. Kill evil. There the man is. So what he's talking about is he's had 14 previous violent offenses, right? He was competent enough for all of those other offenses. Now that he's up for murder, he's now pleading insanity or what have you, or maybe they already proved that he's insanity. Yep, you got it right, Val. Val for the win. We got some more information on this coming up though, so we'll talk about that a little bit later on. I should tell you know, Gavin keeps texting me. I'm live right now, bro. Live right now. Oops. I put live right. now. Boop, 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 boop. Gavin Newsom should be in here soon. He's my buddy. He's my buddy. All right, Justin, the table is set for blockbuster J.D. Vance-led negotiations with Iran in Islamabad, Pakistan on Saturday morning. Do you think J.D. Vance is the right person to go in there? Do you think he's qualified enough to be leading the negotiations? I don't know. I'd actually prefer myself, Marco Rubio, to be over there. You know? On the American side, there's J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. On the Iranian side, there's Mohammed Ghalibaf, Parliament Speaker Abbas. I don't even know how to say these names. So let's hope J.D. Vance does good. But he's got Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff on there to help him out. So we'll see.
Pakistan in-person peace talks, and this is what the table is going to look like for what could be J.D. Vance's biggest assignment yet as vice president. He will be there. Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, will be there. Jared Kushner, another special envoy, will be there on the U.S. side. On the Iran side, you've got the parliament speaker who has been talking to President Trump, Mohammed
You like Rubio too, Val?
and then Abbas Aragachi, the foreign
Hey,
minister.
what's up, lady?
Officials here are not
Hold on, let me
negotiating
make
in
this.
public.
We got to
which
pause
points
here. We
have
got
to
to
stay, which
pause.
points
What's
have
up, Raiders? Welcome to all the Raiders. Lady Hamilton Art has rated the stream. Thank you so much for doing that. Oh, you know what? Oh my goodness. Who told me that you were going to come join us? Thank you so much, Raiders. We appreciate it. What's up, what's JJ? That's who it was. What's up, JJ? How the heck you doing? Thank you, and you got me the raid. I totally appreciate it. Thank you so much, folks. And, Lady Hamilton Art, I got to go check your stuff out. I got to show my stepdad your stuff. He doesn't do Rumble, but my stepdad is an artist. And he'd probably like some of your stuff. He's always telling me on YouTube he watches all these different artists and stuff like that. Lady H is your main podcaster, and she is awesome. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate the love. We definitely appreciate the love, JJ. And Lady, you don't trust Jared Kushner, huh, says Val? Val, how come you don't trust Jared Kushner? Can you tell us why you don't trust Jared Kushner? What's the possibility for it? Goofy for Jesus, American flag and hugs. Goofy for Jesus is the hug queen around here. She's our main hugger. She's an awesome person. And, yeah. You don't trust Jared Kushner, though, huh? Anyways, well, let's finish seeing what Peter Ducey's saying.
To end this military campaign in the Middle East, but it is very notable. Both here at the White House and at the Pentagon, officials are starting to refer to Epic Fury in the past tense, something that happened, something that was very effective. Pakistan in...
Well, that's great to hear, Lady Hamilton Art. We have become very friendly over here with JJ. JJ's awesome. He comes in here all the time, and he's a great contributor to the show. So we appreciate him. We appreciate you, and everybody can go check out Lady Hamilton. Let me do this so I can I can put a link to your channel in here. Copy. We're gonna follow you right now. You're followed, and here is did I do something? And here is the link, so everybody can go follow Lady Hamilton Art. And here is for everybody in YouTube land. Here is a link also to follow back Lady Hamilton Art. And in fact, you know what? Let's go right here real quick. Let's show you what's some of her live stuff. Lady Hamilton presents Headmasters and Heartache. You got a little preview of her show. Cool music. I love the Jesus painting in the back. I love that. I can't.
Welcome.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Uh-oh. Did I freeze up? Well, I wouldn't say that, JJ. I do cuss sometimes. I'm going to be honest with you. I do cuss sometimes. But I'm pretty, you know, when I can be focused on myself, I don't cuss as much. I can go without. I used to work for Ben Berkwam with Frontline America, and you're not allowed to cuss at all on his show. So you can hear me saying frick a lot when I was on his show, you know, and it sounded so weird. Of course, Lady Hamilton Art. We share everybody, but let's watch a little bit more of your video. Let's go see what you talk about. Oh, you're like me. You go on X and read the news. Wow, Alzheimer's. Girl, you gotta do dark. You gotta get X dark. You gotta do the dark. I like dark better. That's just me though. What's up, Spartan? How's it going? Oh my gosh! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So Linda, you've read us all and you've already done this. So is what you're saying is this man who had Alzheimer's and was forgetting stuff more and more and going on, he decided that he was going to give all his clothes away because he was going into a home. But what he did was he wrote his memories on letters inside the clothing that he gave away in hopes that the people who either purchased his clothing from a thrift store or was given his clothing could read his story because he couldn't remember it anymore, so that way it would pass on. Is that what this guy did? Is that what this guy did? Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. Wow. All right, guys. So that's Lady Hamilton Art. Go follow her. She also put in her YouTube, which we didn't put on YouTube channel. Hold on, let me share it. Where are you? There's the Rumble one. Here's the YouTube version for that way. I gotta go in here and do it, I think. Nope. There we go. Copy link. All right, for everybody over there in YouTube land and Facebook land, there is her YouTube channel, so you can follow her on YouTube. Because we do have people that have trouble with YouTube or with Rumble, so they're on YouTube, as I'm sure you do too, Lady Hamilton. All right, well, thank you for the raid. We appreciate it. And now that you're on my follow list, if you're ever live when I'm going out, we will raid you as well to return the favor. Because we got, as a community of Rumble streamers, small streamers like ourselves, we need to help it. And I belong to a group of people who do that all the time, including AC, family, faith, and politics. You know, all of us good people, we like to do that. Steve Wickoff and Jared should not be part of negotiation. They are both bad actors. You think they're bad actors, huh? Okay, Spartan, what is bad about him? What are your thoughts? I don't know enough about the two guys to have any thoughts on it, so I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. JD Vance should get other people to go with them. Interesting. What's up, Gavin Newsom? How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Gavin just sent me a picture of you know, we can hold on. Let me make sure. He just sent me a video and I was live when he sent it to me, so I didn't get to look at it yet, but I already replied like nice. So let's put the video up of his fish tank. He's working on this new fish tank that he's got over there. He went saltwater. Oh my gosh, I love that. I love that guy right there. That's awesome. Beautiful. He's a beautiful fish. Oh, you got clowns too? So this is for the clowns. The clowns, when you get a clown, you have to get an amenity, however you say it, so they can swim in it. That's awesome, Gavin. I'm loving it. Hold on. You sent me another video. Let's show this one. Here's another video of his new tank. Love it, Gavin. Nice looking tank. Nice looking tank. I'm jealous. I don't have. I've been trying to put my tank in here, but I think I don't have enough room for it. So, all right. So Spartan says Jared Kushner is the one that planned the policy for the Middle East that has clearly not worked out at all. Okay. And then he's saying, hold on, both these guys have done a poor job negotiating any kind of peace in the conflict in Gaza and with Russia. Okay, interesting. Interesting facts. Gotcha. I'll have to look into that. You know, there's so much stuff that I go through every day. It's hard to keep track of everything. But thank you. I'm going to look into that. I appreciate your thoughts on that. Okay, so Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson refers to Democrat Attorney General Chris Mays and Secretary of State Adrian Fontes to the DOJ for criminal witness tampering. Oh, shoot. We got to check this out. J.D. Vance might do a better job. Yeah, I just don't know if he's up to the task yet. I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see. You know, people surprise me all the time, right? All right, Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson refers Democrat AG Chris Mays and Secretary of State for it. So let's see. They have officially referred them to the U.S. Department of Justice, criminal obstruction of justice, and witness tampering directly tied to the President Trump administration's ongoing criminal investigation into the 2020 presidential election. Peterson dropped the hammer on Tuesday, announcing on X that he had sent a formal criminal referral to the U.S. Attorney for Arizona after Mays and Fontes, after the two sent threatening letters demanding details on what records Peterson turned over to federal investigators, pursuant to a grand jury subpoena. The controversy centers around the federal grand jury investigation tied to records from Arizona's 2020 election and the Maricopa County audit. Remember when we had Sheriff Joe Arpaio over there in Maricopa County? It was great when we had him back there. He really did his best to end the recidivism coming back into his county. So the Gateway Pundit reported last month that the FBI has quietly seized Maricopa County election data and voting records via a grand jury subpoena. The probe reportedly involves allegations from the 2024 election that Runbeck Election Services, the private company that provides ballot printing and mail-in ballot services in 31 states and 54% of the nation's voters, allegedly commingled voted ballots with blank ballots in multiple states. U.S. Representative Abe Hamday previously alerted the Department of Justice to these findings and demanded an investigation. If you guys don't remember, Tyho, Ben Berkowitz, and I were down there at the place in Phoenix where they were bringing in all the ballots and taking them out. Remember, we filmed out there for a long time. Says this also comes after the 2020 and 2022 elections, during which hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots were counted without chain of custody documentation and with mismatched signatures. Peterson alleges the Mays and Fontes attempted to interfere with that election. So he said, today I referred to Chris. So here it is. Let's see. I'm writing to inform you the correspondence from the Arizona Attorney General. Oh, good. Now with the President Trump's DOJ under new leadership, reopening the probe into the 2020 election crimes, including the FBI's grand jury subpoena for terabytes of data from Arizona's own 2021 election review, Mays and Fontes are panicking. Well, I hope they are. They fired off letters to Peterson demanding to know exactly what voter data and audit records were handed over, claiming privacy concerns. How is there privacy concerns? It's public information. It's voter rolls. That should not be privacy concerns on that whatsoever. The only privacy that should be involved is not telling people who they voted for, right? Goofy says, I disagree. We have the Abraham Accords. Cyrus Accords are next. And with Iran popping off at the neighbors, there is one more cohesiveness. She's talking about Jared Kushner and Wickoff, about what Spartan was saying. So then Spartan, let's see, Val McGinnis, he was an awesome sheriff. You got to meet Sheriff Joe Arpaio 25 years ago. Nice. Spartan says, hold on, it's popping up. The enemy of humanity is Israel. Israel's the one that subverted peace talks with Iran. He also says Israel is guilty of genocide and stealing American tax money to do that. Can you show me data on this? Can you show me proof of this, please? I'd appreciate it. There is no peace with demonic Israel blowing up multiple countries in the Middle East since the country started. You know, I'm not gonna say they're great people over there, but they're an ally of ours right now. They're an ally. Well, I shouldn't just say right now. Jim Hoff made that. Okay. You know, there's always, you know, I'm not 100% with everything all the time, but I still think Iran is the bigger foe right now. Iran is the one we need to be working with. Or, yeah, working with solving the issues in any means possible. Goofy says there's more proof of Iran using Obama money to fund terrorism. Now that's true, Goofy. That is true. How many billions of dollars did he send it to? Sheriff Joe Pilot used to visit Lady H's restaurant. She was head Italian chef in Arizona. Ooh, Italian food. Oh my goodness. Don't bring up lasagna. I love lasagna. I love Italian food. Okay, what I see on, let's see what's going on here. This lady, we heard it from her last night. Oh my, they just posted her phone number here though. That's not good. Mario and everybody else, you just posted this woman's phone number for everybody, her WhatsApp. Oh my goodness. Maybe I should WhatsApp her and ask her if she can come on the show.
And when you talk about residential buildings, I just want to tell you what the IDF
Hold on.
They...
Let me write this number. Let me see if I can just get this number. Nope. Let me put this in the notes. I'm gonna hit her up maybe, and see if we can get her on the show. She might not come on our show, but we'll hit her up on WhatsApp. And then I'm going to look at what Spartan just sent us.
They were targeting more than 100 Hezbollah command centers and military sites, and they say most of the infrastructure that was struck was located within the heart of the civilian population as part of Hezbollah's cynical exploitation of Lebanese civilians as human shields in order to safeguard its operations. They also say prior to the strike, steps were taken to mitigate harm to uninvolved individuals.
Oh, she's
as much
BBC?
as I mean,
oh, no, this is BBC. My bad.
Did you see any evidence of that?
They're not providing us with any evidence, so they can say whatever they want. What I see on the ground, I see families terrorized. I've seen videos of family jumping out of balconies because they were so scared. I've seen videos, pictures of children injured by shrapnels, a young girl trapped under the rubble. And you know, this is also my city. I live here. I've walked on the streets countless times. I had friends who lived in the very same building, one of the very same buildings that was targeted. They should be providing evidence. And as you know, the fact that the strikes came without warning and also during rush hours. So it means that.
Does anybody know why Israel is striking Lebanon? They haven't even. Lebanon hasn't even fired a single shot, right?
Came at the same time. So now the result is like hospitals are full. They're full of families. They're full of children. And yeah, as I was telling you also, like it's more than 254 people killed, and there are also still many people missing.
Oh, maybe this is their one.
So the casualty might be increasing, but the result is that now people, the result of this
no, because that's her logo, not
at the targeting Hezbollah center, is that now people are scared that potentially there will be they're now scared of their neighbors. They're scared of everyone around them because nowhere in Beirut feels safe anymore.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do real quick. Spartan sent us a link. You know me, I want to look at all sides possible. This is from military.com. Military.com. Okay. Secret U.S. missile and electro-optics technology was transferred to China recently by Israel, prompting anger from the U.S. and causing a senior Israeli defense official to resign. The head of defense exports for the Israeli Defense Ministry resigned after a U.S. investigation concluded that technology, including a miniature refrigeration system manufactured by Recor and used for missiles and its electro-optic equipment, was sent to China, according to the Israeli newspaper Marif. So this is just according to a newspaper so far. Another Israeli news site, Aretz Shiva, reports that the U.S. is concerned the technology could ultimately find its way to Iran, which last year sought to buy military equipment from China and their nuclear
Donald Trump, don't trust China.
Right.
China is asshole.
So Recor on its own website identifies a number of defense programs using its miniature cryo-coolers, including UAVs, airborne enhanced vision systems, missile warning systems, handheld thermal imagers, imagers, and thermal weapon site. The Mariv report identified the Israeli defense official as Meir Shalit and said he apologized to U.S. officials recently. So first off, let's look up military.com copy. Let's see. Is military.com liberal or conservative? Because this is something we have to ask ourselves. So we got to see which side it's coming from. Leans left by all sides. A multi-partisan panel. So that's, so they're leftish. Now let's look up newspaper Maariv, Israeli newspaper Maariv, Control C. So this is an Israeli paper, and they're supposed to be paste. Considered a conservative, nationalist, and right-leaning Israeli newspaper. Particularly, so we got both sides looking here. That's good. I like hearing both sides. Okay, now let's go back here and let's look something else out. Okay, let's see. Israel passing U.S. technology to China. So that's from military.com. Let's see who else talks about this. Council on Foreign Relations. Israel began selling military tech. So this is from the Council of Foreign Relations. The New York Times says Israel selling China military. So it's all over the place here. ResearchGate. It's a PDF. Let's see what this one is. Security checks required. Verify you're human. So abstract criticism of Israeli military technology transfers to China is largely unfounded. This person says they're unfounded. The sales actually enjoyed tacit American support when they started in the 70s and the 80s to China. Washington's recent accusations of illegal transfers of U.S. technologies reflect changed political considerations more than actual facts. Military sales to China have helped mitigate the economic crisis facing Israel's defense industrial complex. So we got a lot to divulge here. There's a lot going on here. I'm going to have to do some more research on this, and we're going to come back to this another day. But let's see what you guys have been saying so far. Okay, when you start... Yeah, I don't know about that, Spartan. I don't know about that, buddy. Sounds like there's a certain group of people you don't like. As a matter of fact... Yeah, you know what? Unfortunately, yeah, I'm going to have to disagree on that stuff. I really am. But I'll look into it some more. Maybe it'll change my mind. I'll look into it some more. I just don't have the availability right now live on the show to look it up. But I will. We'll come back to it. Oh, wait a minute. I remember. Okay, yeah, I remember you the other night saying similar stuff. So Israel unleashed fresh strikes across southern Lebanon. Direct hits as the IDF pushes towards... So this is more hits in Lebanon. Seems like a last-ditch effort to cause as much destruction to Hezbollah before they have to abide by a ceasefire. Likely tomorrow. When was this? This was today. Because they're still trying to say, hey, look, Lebanon was not part of the ceasefire. I have to go now. See you again. Thank you, JJ Ravi, for the introduction. You're the best. Have a great night, Lady Hamilton Art. I will definitely check out more of your shows. Maybe I'll get some news from you. Oh, Hollywood is definitely all that. But anyways, I'm not going to discuss that right now. I got to have clear thoughts on it, and my thoughts are not in the right place to think about that right now. So this is allegedly a Hezbollah tunnel in Lebanon. Look at all they got in here. So they got power stuff going down there. They got the steps. This is more power. They have fresh air going through there. They're sending out fresh air. I wonder where this tunnel leads to. Or if it's just, an underground station for them to hide. Kind of like they did up in Afghanistan, right? we're searching over there. Okay, breaking news. Ireland is deploying armored vehicles and the military to deal with protesting farmers and truck drivers who want to free themselves from carbon taxes and climate tyranny. Why is the government more worried about patriots than third worlders? Is Ireland having a huge problem with immigrants coming into their country, illegal aliens coming into their country too? Deploying armored vehicles. See, I don't know which way to go on this, folks, because you know why? Look at Minnesota. Look at the liberals, and I'm not talking about all liberals. I'm talking about Antifa-type liberals who are attacking everything and anything over there. Ireland is under attack by... You said you're like a one-topic person, aren't you, Spartan? I let anybody come in my chat and stuff, and you can say whatever you want, but looks like you have a one-minded thing. Holy smokes, 75% of all the unalivers in Fairfax, Virginia last year have been committed by illegal aliens. You don't say. Virginians elect Democrat Abigail Spanberger, they were warned. Out of 4 of the unalivers in Fairfax County, Virginia, so far this year, we're talking 4 here. See how they make it sound? 75% of them, right? I live in California where there's a lot of murders. So it's 3 out of 4. They're making it look bigger than it is. And I'm just saying, it is bad. That's 3 lives that shouldn't have been taken, that could have easily been protected if we hadn't let them into this country.
Out of the 4 murders in Fairfax County, Virginia so far this year have been allegedly at the hands of illegal immigrants, including a stabbing at a bus stop, a machete hacking of a man in his own home, and a beating murder of a 3-month-old infant. And just last week, a Haitian illegal alien caught and released at the border, then granted TPS by the Biden administration, was arrested after he was caught on video using a hammer to brutally bludgeon a gas station clerk to death in a seemingly random attack. The victim was a mother of 2, and several GOP politicians are outraged about it. Senator Jim Banks writing, quote, "Another innocent life taken by a violent illegal allowed into our country by Joe Biden. We must deport every illegal." Senator Tommy Tuberville writing, quote, "Reminder, DHS has been shut down for 52 days because Democrats refuse to fund the agencies responsible for detaining and deporting these animals. He should have never been in our country in the first place." And Bill, back out here live. Today's ICE press conference is set to kick off at 11 a.m. And we do expect to hear from the families, those angel families who have lost loved ones, again, at the hands of illegal immigrants.
And speaking of those angel families, my great friend Agnes Gibney was up there in D.C. with them at this thing, showing the picture of her amazing son, Ronald, who is no longer with us thanks to an illegal alien that murdered him. Look at him. He wants more stuff. He thinks he's going to get more treats. No. He knows that if he comes in here when I'm live streaming, he's going to harass me, and I'll give him more treats to shut him up. But I got to stop doing that. We're not going to do that anymore, Donnies. No more. No more. No more. Breaking news. JD Vance's anti-fraud task force just identified $6.3 billion in potentially fraudulent contracts. This is absolutely huge. Go after them all. Yes. I hate fraudsters.
New anti-fraud task force claiming it's uncovered nearly $6.3 billion
with a B
in questionable government contracts. The task force has sent out letters to about 400 companies asking for proof that they are legitimate. Aisha Hosni's on this, live in Washington. What you find out, Aisha?
Hey, good morning to you, Bill. So it's potentially a huge loss for you, the taxpayer, but it is a win in that if there is fraud here, it will stop. The fraud czar, JD Vance, and his task force have found that the federal government was apparently handing out contracts to potentially fraudulent businesses. Now the task force is giving these companies 30 days to prove that they are indeed real, and they're demanding things like handing over a physical address or they risk losing their contract. A spokesperson told Fox, if fraudsters are robbing hardworking Americans of their tax dollars and services, we will find them. And there is a lot of pressure on this White House right now to root out fraud. A new Fox News polling shows 53% of Americans actually.
Wait a minute, Gavin, wasn't that the same person that you kicked out last last week, Gavin?
Government spending is wasteful, and that is up nearly 10 points from last year when Doge was out there doging. Just last week, VP Vance swore in the first ever Assistant Attorney General for National Fraud Enforcement with this message to scammers everywhere.
It's going to make fraudsters know that they're going to suffer some consequences, and it's going to make the American people know that these programs are being protected for the people who need them, because there are a lot of them out there. We want to help them, but we've got to get rid of the fraud in order to do it.
And Bill, the acting AG Todd Blanche also launched the new National Fraud Enforcement Division, so much more to come. Bill?
Thanks, Aisha.
All right, guys. Speaking of fraud, we have some news coming out of California sometime on the show tonight, and it's going to be kind of interesting. We're going to talk about that a little bit coming up. All right, Justin. Oh, speaking of right here, it is right now. Justin, Chris Rufo exposes that Gavin Newsom's California is running a $30 billion fraud program that basically just pays people to be at home. It operates entirely on the honor system and loses $6 to $12 billion per year. Gavin's total fraud loss is $180 billion. The scam in California's in-home supportive services or in-home healthcare program. Oh, wait, we got the video. Let's just watch the video and let them talk about it.
Find out about this, and what was the scam?
So the scam is California's in-home supported services or in-home care program. It spends about $30 billion a year. It's one of the state's largest programs. And it pays 800,000 Californians to stay home, mostly with relatives, to take care of them, to cook, clean, watch television. On the surface, it's compassionate. You're taking care of your...
Okay, so what this is it's the in-home healthcare services and stuff like that. So when I was married, you know, I'm disabled, right? I can qualify for all these programs. And my ex-wife now, her cousin said, well, why don't you go and just fill out the paperwork, have Eddie sign it, and say that you take care of him, and you'll get paid hourly to take care of your husband. And she came up to me and said, let's do this. And I refused to sign the paperwork. And here's why. When I had one of my operations, she was, she got paid family leave to take care of me for the 1 month that I needed help taking care of me. And she didn't take care of me at all. The house was a mess. My best friend walked in the house, and he used to be her best friend, and just started going off. He's like, so-and-so, what? Look at this house. You're getting paid to clean up, and I can't even walk to the back of the house where the bathroom is. How does Eddie go to the bathroom? This place is a mess. And it's true. So I knew that even if she got paid to take care of me and clean up the house, then she wouldn't do it. So if I was going to get that service, I would actually have somebody who would actually do it. It is a big time scam. I don't think so. Oh, no, they're still here. What's up, ETC 209? I think he is. I don't know. I've been ignoring. The problem with me is I let everybody speak. As long as you're not cursing, using racial slurs, stuff like that. I believe in free speech. And so far, the person hasn't done that. But my mods are here. My mods are watching it. If it goes too far, I know for sure Gavin will be the first person to kick him out.
Father or a child with disabilities. But experts say, and this is dating back to the Schwarzenegger administration, and getting worse and worse and worse, that between 20 and 40% of this program...
So Val says, you know, my daughter was getting paid, but the worker got pissed off at me and cut my daughter off, and I honestly needed it at that time. If you need it and your relative is actually doing the work, then that's fine and okay. But my ex-wife was a lazy person that wouldn't do it, so...
Pure fraud, fraudulent timesheets, fraudulent billing. It operates on the honor system, and experts say it's losing between $6 and $12 billion a year to people who are taking this compassionate program and ripping it off.
Yep.
All right, we're going to put that up on the board for everyone to see the number. It's because it's between 6 and 12 billion with a B dollars a year. So he was asked about this back in January 29th, and this is what he said.
2021, we did a moratorium on new hospice program. 280 we shuttered. We've been after this for years and years and years. We want an open hand, not a closed fist. We absolutely are here to be a partner to go after waste, fraud, and abuse. No one's denying these issues. But let's also not deny this is purely political.
He gets kickbacks all the time.
How would you respond to that?
Goofy says freedom of speech applies to governments, okay? Freedom of speech applies to the government. Some are allowed here so we can learn how dumb they are. When it comes to me and the freedom of speech, I think everybody has the right to their own opinion. They can say what they want. But at the same time, I also know that there's consequences to whatever you say. Now, maybe not as much on the internet, but if you walked up to a black man and called him the N-word, that's that person's freedom of speech to call him the N-word. But it's also, the repercussions is that black dude's probably going to kick your ass. Right? So, that's the way I feel about it. Now, if they get too bad, then I start kicking people out.
Well, of course, that's not true. Gavin Newsom, despite all of these concerns from Democrats and Republicans, actually has expanded the program at every turn and dismantled enforcement mechanisms. And the question is, why is he doing so? One reason is because this is now California's largest single occupation.
Okay, see, look, here's something I can't agree with Spartan on. We should have global freedom of speech. I agree with that. See, I can agree with the people that I don't agree with everything on. That's, that's something I can do.
Home care program, subsidized by taxpayers, represents about half of all new jobs created under Newsom. He wants to keep that number up, but also because these in-home care providers give about $150 million a year to the labor unions, which are, of course, Gavin Newsom's #1 kind of political power base.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, when I could walk better, I was a plumber in the San Francisco Plumbing and Pipe Fitters Union. Or I think it's Pipe Fitters and Plumbing Union. The first time I was there during election season, at work we get our check, and inside our check was something from the union, and it says this is who we recommend you vote for. And so I was like, I don't know anything. It was like 2004. I was like, I don't know anything about this stuff, but one thing I do notice is they're all Democrats on here, and some of the other guys who I worked with were like, yeah, they tell us who to vote for, but we don't do it. We vote whoever we want to vote in. So, I mean, there's those diehard union members that will just do everything they're told to do because, look, I was getting paid $102 an hour, or $102 an hour in 2008 as a union plumber. You can't deny, things you might do for that money. I just did the same one we just did. Okay. Sorry, guys. Lo siento. All right, here we go. This is my good friend, Agnes Gibney, whose son Ronald Da Silva was murdered. Let's hear what she spoke about today at the event.
My name is Agnes Gibney. I am here to speak about my only son, Ronald Da Silva. Ronald was 29 years old when he was murdered. He had a smile that would light up a room. He was caring, compassionate, and full of life.
I am not pro-union by any means.
Son. He loved working on cars. He had a natural gift for it. He loved animals so much that one day he brought a baby crow to my house and said, please take care of it, don't let it die. He was funny, always playing pranks, and his laughter filled our home and gave the kind of bear hugs a mother never forgets. He was also a loving father to 2 young boys. Something that the media often forgets is the children left behind by those that were killed by illegal aliens, called true family separation. My family changed forever. My life changed forever on April in 2002. My son was standing on a friend's driveway when he was shot. He was taken to the hospital where he underwent surgery, but the doctors couldn't save him. He bled to death. When I arrived at the hospital, through a window to look at my son's lifeless body, I banged on that window, yelling out his name, "Ronald, please open your eyes. Don't do this to me." I thought it was a well-orchestrated prank. But I was wrong. My son never opened his eyes. He was laying there with his eyes still taped, still intubated, and I was not allowed to hold or touch my son. That moment forever froze in my mind. That image will never leave my mind. And as we approach April 27, it will be the 24th anniversary of my son's death. I can't tell you that the pain has not faded. Every April, that wound gets opened up again, over and over and over again, to the point that I just want to lay next to him. Birthdays, holidays, Mother's Days have never been the same. Not a celebration for me anymore. You see, I buried my son a week before Mother's Day. They are reminders. Those holidays are reminders what was taken from me. I will never heal from this loss. I am here today to honor my son, but also to speak for families like mine, whose lives were changed in an instant and never returned to what they knew before. When I connected with the ICE voice office, it gave me something I desperately needed. Peace of mind was one. In the middle of fear and confusion, I had someone to call. I had someone that could give me answers to questions that California Department of Corrections wouldn't. And someone who would be there to listen to me. That mattered more to me than I can put into words. And it still does. And I still refer other families to voice because I know the value of the office, because I truly believe in it. But I need to say this clearly. For us, angel families, this is not politics. This is not something that fades with time. Personal, this is personal, and the pain is forever.
Sorry, I have to go check out Tick.
And I want to say, I love ice. I love ice in my water. I love ice in my drink. I love ice on the streets to protect us all. God bless the men and women of ICE and the Office of Voice. God bless our president, who's doing everything to keep us safe. And DHS, Tom Holman, and all of you. Thank you. And God bless the United States of America. I am a legal immigrant from Hungary, and I find it very offensive that my country gives sanctuary to criminals and not families like mine who follow the law.
Amen. Agnes is a great woman, and I appreciate our friendship. So, now let's get to this union talk. I worked in the union, yes, because you just can't turn down that pay when they offer you almost double what you're getting paid. Well, actually, they offered me more than double what I was getting paid because I was that qualified as a plumber back then. Not anymore. Back then, I was. I am not pro-union by any means. Unions were great for what they were created for. Unions were great by protecting the rights of employees, making sure they weren't mistreated, there weren't kids working, stuff like that. That's when unions were great. But nowadays, unions are not great. I remember it all works on a list system, right? Unions are good for lazy people that don't know how to do their job well, because we had these people that would come in, and we had this kid. He had Sagittarius tagged on his neck, and it was spelt wrong. Okay, and this kid was the worst employee ever. So we would kick him off the job, send him back to the hall, and he'd show up the next day because there was no one on the list, and we sent him back again. And there's nothing we could do, so we just decided to no longer have that spot open. Unions are for lazy people that don't want to work hard. I don't agree with unions anymore. And yes, like I said, you know what? When you're making $40 an hour and a union hall comes up to you and says, "Look, I'll pay you $102 an hour," you'd be an idiot to turn them down. Okay, but I'm not a fan of unions whatsoever. Well, that guy should not be hired in the first place, you say, but that's not how it works. If you join the union, then you're in the union, and that's how it works. So, hey, that's why I don't like unions. Unions are not about how good of work you can do. It's just about you got to accept everybody. All right, breaking. House Democrats just started yelling on the floor, so let's see what they're yelling about. It's only a few seconds.
Pursuant to Clause
Holy
13
shit, it's
of
7
Rule
o'clock
1,
already?
the House stays adjourned until 2:30 p.m. on Monday, April 13th, 2026.
See, they're just doing this so everybody can be on vacation, but they keep it open. And this is a waste of our time and money. Government is all about wasteful spending. All right, so NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte reveals details from his Oval Office meeting with President Trump. Let's hear what he's saying that he shouldn't be telling us.
The president, myself, we like each other. We are good friends for many years now. And I'd rather have the conversation on the table instead of tiptoeing around.
I agree, Goofy.
I sensed his disappointment about the fact that he felt that too many allies were not with him. And I explained to him yesterday, I said, hey,
then why are you
Mr.
pro-union?
Clearly, the overwhelming majority of Europeans have done what the US asked of him and what was previously agreed in these circumstances. And yes, sometimes it takes a bit of time. But hey, guess what? We have coalitions in Europe. We have sometimes the political home front to take care of. Sometimes it takes a couple of days. But then we pull together, and almost the whole of Europe did. The president, myself, we like.
All right, so NATO's scared. NATO's scared that we're going to leave, and I definitely hope we do. We need to get out of NATO. These people use and abuse us. We're like the library to them. Yeah, we're going to use you. We're not going to pay any money. We're not going to do anything like that. It's bullshit. Oh, thank you, JJ. I just dropped your show channel to another iMod and Handy News. So hopefully my fellow mod will raid you soon. If not, I tried. Hey, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that, JJ. Especially now, because you know what, Spartan, unfortunately, I've had like quite a few people text messaging me. They actually left the show because of the stuff that you're speaking. So you gotta kind of calm it down a little bit. But at first I was going with it, but when people start leaving my show because the way you're commenting and stuff, gonna give you a little bit. You're cut down on the racist stuff, but if it continues to my channel to lose people watching, I'm gonna have to do something about it. All right, Justin, there are signs of movement in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's see what my beautiful Kaylee McEnany is saying.
Some movement in the Strait of Hormuz, where Iran has a stranglehold on traffic coming through the crucial waterway. We are learning a total of 8 ships, including 2 oil tankers, have passed through that strait in the 2 days since the ceasefire started. Now, under normal circumstances, an average of 120.
Okay, that just tells me that Spartan, that's a lazy person talking. Jobs should be protected. People should not be cattle that can be easily fired. If you don't do your freaking job, then you should be fired. If you do an awful job, why should I pay you to do an awful job?
150 ships pass through the Strait of Hormuz daily, but some movement we are seeing. Now, this comes as President Trump continues to push diplomacy with Iran as he keeps our military locked and loaded in the region. Posting this earlier, all U.S. ships, aircraft, and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry, and anything else that is appropriate and necessary for the lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy will remain in place in and around Iran until such time as the real agreement reached is fully complied with. And there is concern that the fragile truce could fall apart after the IDF conducted massive strikes in Beirut. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying this last hour, quote, in light of Lebanon.
If they're doing it for illegal aliens, then yeah, that pisses me off. But most of the time, if you get fired from a job, there's a reason you get fired from the job. You're just saying. we just showed that. At the VA hospital, we had to wait. We had to wait until the receptionist was done having their personal conversations about the week and shameful. You know, my stepdad had a similar thing over at the VA where he came home talking about that. Oh, somebody got kicked off. So they deleted their post, something. I hate when that happens. All right, breaking news. Representative Thomas Massie calls an end to all U.S. foreign aid. That's something I can get behind. Why are we sending money to other countries when we ourselves are not in a good position ourselves? And you know, people are going to say, yeah, but we should help them because they need help. And, you know, it's much more about politics. They will hire a transfer. No, I get that. Spartan. But you know what? You know what big corporations do? They use companies like Manpower and other places like that. So that way they can easily get rid of people that they don't like. All right, after pressure from President Donald Trump, Italy Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni floats assisting. Yeah, because they're scared we're going to leave it.
A little piece of breaking news here. On Ruta, the Secretary General of NATO's comments that NATO may be willing to play a role in the possible Strait of Hormuz mission if it's able to. Italy was asked if it's willing to assist the United States. A spokesperson for Italy and the Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said, we'll see how the conversation with the Hormuz group goes. Could you potentially see a role for NATO here, whether it's military escorts, as we saw back during the Reagan administration, or maybe it's some sort of NATO protectorate?
Who cares? You know, if NATO's got to wait to see if we win or wait to see how good, you know, F NATO. NATO, you don't deserve, you know, I am totally for leaving NATO, 100%. Because, like I said, if we leave NATO, they're still going to be our allies because they're too scared of us. They're too scared of us. All right, the Trump Department of Justice launches an investigation into the National Football League. Good. Why isn't it going to it? That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to click on the link. There we go. There's the link. All right, so the most popular sports league in America is now in the Justice Department's crosshairs. The Wall Street Journal reported on Thursday that the Department of Justice has launched an investigation into the National Football League over whether the league has engaged in anti-competitive practices that harm customers. Per the Journal, this could seriously jeopardize the NFL's antitrust exemption. Professional sports leagues like the NFL are currently protected from the antitrust action under the Sports Broadcasting Act of 1961. The New York Post notes that this law has allowed teams to pull their media rights together into large TV packages. The NFL has, in recent years, shifted some games to streaming services such as Amazon Prime and Netflix, forcing customers to pay thousands to watch every professional football game. And believe me, I hear that from my stepdad all the freaking time. All the time. My stepdad is getting, you know, I got to hear from him all the time because he watches football still. And baseball. This has turned into a massive windfall for the NFL and streaming companies. Media rights agreements between the NFL and streamers owned by Disney, Paramount, Fox, NBC, Universal, NFL Network, Amazon, Google, and Netflix are expected to rake in more than $100 billion in sports rights fees under their current contracts, according to the FCC's filing. And this is all because of what they're paying the freaking players. The players should not be making that much just to play a freaking game. They shouldn't. Pricey media rights deals have turned the NFL into a serious money-making business, with nearly all of the league's 32 teams run by billionaires, including Walmart heir Rob Walton, who owns the Denver Broncos, and the Hunt family, which owns the Kansas City Chiefs. You know, I'm all about capitalism, but this is getting out of hand. Brendan Carr informed the Post last month that the NFL could lose its exemptions if it put... see, in their business, too, they shouldn't have exemptions. They shouldn't have exemptions. Nobody that makes that much money needs exemptions. Plus, I mean, I don't like the NFL anyways because, you know, of all of their political BS that they do. And they're kneeling down to China. They're kneeling down to China.
Donald Trump don't trust China. China is asshole.
All right, just in attack. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche just ordered the Department of Justice to seek the death penalty for 3 MS-13 illegal aliens and gang members charged with murdering a law enforcement cooperator. Good. We need more swift executions in America. FA U.S. Attorney Bill Isaili says Dennis Anaya Urias, 27, Gravil Zelaya Santiago, 26, and Roberto Carlos Aguilar, 31, all of South Los Angeles are charged with 1 count of murder in aid of racketeering and 2 counts of conspiracy to retaliate against a witness or informant. Go for it. Go for it. We don't, you know, when was the last time somebody, California executed someone? January 17, 2006, a 76-year-old man. You know how much money we're spending on it? How many people are on death row in California? There are approximately 580 people on death row in America. In California, maintaining the nation's largest condemned population. And it costs us what? How much does it cost? How much does it cost to house a death row inmate in California? So how many? There's 580 approximately. Cost $90,000 more per year than the general population, totaling $175,000. So 10 is 11 million. So multiply that 58 times. That's like $5.8 billion a year they're spending on death row inmates. Just get rid of them. They're on death row. Let them go. Not let them go, but let them go to that chamber and no longer be here on Earth with us. Democrats, so it says the leftist media cartel hates competition. Democrats are in full panic mode as the changes at CBS News and 60 Minutes have become apparent. Under the new ownership of Paramount and Larry Ellison with his son David, CBS News is now doing real reporting, huh? I don't know. I still don't know about them yet. I haven't really watched them enough to make a decision on that. All right, Representative Brandon Gill calls on President Trump's DOJ to hold judges legally accountable for murders committed by criminals they release. I love this. I've been talking about this for a while. He's going to talk about it. Let's watch the video first, then we'll talk about it.
But the DOJ is something else. The DOJ is run by us.
X always
is run by a law and order movement. What must they do?
Yeah, I think there's probably a few different angles, and without getting into the specifics of this and how to, I think that you can start looking at other ways to get these criminals off the streets, one, but the DOJ should also start looking at discrediting judges who are releasing criminals onto our sidewalks, going after them in a professional capacity, or I think even more, holding them legally holding them legally accountable for the crimes that these people commit after they've been released onto the streets. That's one thing that could go a long ways, because you have these judges, whether they're appointed, whether they're elected, or however else on the state and local level, who basically don't have any accountability for themselves at all. So they release a murder onto the streets. They go, beat up somebody else, murder somebody else, and nothing happens to the judge. And I think that those judges ought to be held accountable, and that's something maybe the DOJ can step in.
I agree, 100%. So what he's saying right here is that if a judge lets out a criminal who's been charged with murder or anything similar to that, and says, I'm not going to sentence you, or they sentence you to probation instead of sending you to jail, then they should be held accountable for whatever that person does. I have no problem agreeing with that whatsoever. So 5 people, here's the good news about California. Gavin, you're going to like this. 5 people have just been arrested in California after a crackdown targeting fake LA hospice centers. 10 places were raided last night. This single scheme resulted in $267 million in bonus charges. and bogus, not bonus charges, to American taxpayers. It's funny how all of a sudden Rob Bonta is going after this now that Nick Shirley exposed them. Nick Shirley exposes everybody, and what happens? Oh, now all of a sudden they're going after people in California?
And yesterday, we successfully executed search and arrest warrants at 10 separate locations and arrested 5 suspects so far throughout Southern California.
5.
I'm going to break down the details of this
Just
operation
5.
in a moment, but first, I just want to make one point very clear. This is just the latest example of the California DOJ's long-standing, ongoing, and successful efforts to combat
my BS
hospice
meter's going off
and
big
Medi-Cal
time.
fraud.
5 people. You're bragging about, you only did 5 people just so you can say, well, we did go after it. When everybody comes out and says California's not going after these people, they're going to say, yeah, we are. Look, we just arrested 5 people. A whopping whole 5 people. Woman on her phone. Okay, this is one of these, let's just watch it, a little change of pace. I like watching stupid people do stupid things. And so let's see what this woman is doing to be stupid.
Yeah, I said it.
Yes.
Yeah, he mad. Let me tell you. My phone, my mama texted me. No fan was home. Okay. I answered the text. He's coming out. Excuse me. Can you turn the light down on your phone?
I said, excuse me.
I said, don't tell me what to do with my phone.
But the thing now is,
don't tell me what to do with my phone.
Okay.
Isn't that everybody's biggest pet peeve at the movies? You pay, what, like $25 now? We paid like $25 now to go see a movie. And people, it's all nice and dark. It's all set up perfectly for you to watch this movie you just spent $25 on to pay. And plus, the drinks, the food, whatever else you buy. And people are looking at their phones. And you're looking at the screen up here, and when it's a dark room and a light turns on, you're going to look at it. Biggest pet peeve ever.
Can't worry about yourself.
But what you're doing here now means you need to leave.
No, I paid to be here. What you mean? What do you mean? I can answer a text on my phone.
You are walking through this whole auditorium, disrupting.
What you mean? He disrupted too. How's it okay for him to tell me to put my phone up?
I will talk to him.
Doesn't it say like there's rules that you're not supposed to light up or turn your phone off during video? Isn't it like one of the first things they show before a movie's played?
How is it okay for him to tell me to put my phone up? Y'all finna refund me my money. Y'all finna refund me my money. Yes, you is.
You are disrupting everything.
What do you mean? He just disrupted everything. Y'all don't have to give me my money back. He just told me to put my phone up. He don't know what's going on. So y'all don't have to give me my money.
Then come to
y'all don't have to give me my money back. Because I'm finna call the police. Y'all don't give me my money back. Because he not finna never make me. You not finna put me out. But him.
I wonder what company this is. I'm gonna go watch movies at this place if I ever go.
Okay, so I need my money back.
I haven't gone to watch a movie in the theater in a long time. Mostly because, for $25, I can just buy the DVD and watch it in my house whenever I want, right? Comfortable, not having to deal with other people. And the movie seats aren't very comfortable for me.
Why you not giving me my money back?
I am asking you have disrupted everything.
Why you not giving me my money back? Why you not giving me my money back? Why are you not giving me my money back? Why are you not giving me my money back?
Yoga pants tell all. Is that what that's called? Yoga pants?
This man just told me to put my phone up. I got a text. No sound went off. He's talking about the light on your phone. Can you put your phone up? I said, no, you're not going to tell me what to do on my phone. He said, I'm going to go get security. I said, go get security and I'm going to go get it with you. Now he's telling me I got to go and I want my money back.
So as she's explaining, he asked me to put my phone down because he asked you. It's not like he went and said, hey, you dumb, blah, blah, blah,
You shouldn't have had no right to tell me to put my phone up. You didn't hear no sound on my phone. He's talking about the light on your phone. What about the light on my phone? You're not going to tell me what to do with my phone. I need my money back. I'm going to call the police.
All right, folks, does she deserve to get her money back?
You have been shouting through this whole.
If they're kicking her out, does she deserve to get her money back?
Sir, can I live talk to you for a little bit?
Talk to him about what? You told me to put my phone up. You had no right to tell me to do that.
One of the things I teach is
so he needs to go too, because he started disturbance in there with his kids. Yes, he did. He said, put your phone up. Put your phone up. Your light is flashing me. I said, you gonna do that with these kids in here?
Okay,
you
so.
Oh, now her story changes.
We all need to go. If I gotta go, he need to go too. He need to go too. Okay, you don't want to make him pull your phone up, start recording, because I'm gonna call the police. You don't want to make him leave? We all need to go. We all gotta go.
Val says no to the money back.
You weren't even in there. You weren't right. So how you putting me out?
We have no idea what happened.
So how you putting me out? Yeah, because how do this man get the right to tell me to put my phone
Val
on?
says no.
What you mean? I need my money. If I gotta go, he don't give me money.
If you're gonna get her money, I give you the money so you can give it to her, so we can stop this. The thing
Look
is,
at
that she means respectability.
The guy is even saying, "I'll give you the money back I'll give her money back just to get her out so I can go watch my movie," even though he's probably missed most of his movie now, anyways.
Back to Mexico, go back to Guatemala.
Yeah, because you telling me to put my phone up.
Goofy says catapult
It's
time.
not the right way to talk
Who
to.
tell me to put my phone up?
I mean, I'm just saying.
Exactly. Nobody. You don't know what's going on with my life or why I had a
No, thank
text.
you.
Yeah, y'all racist ass. Of course, the white man don't take
Oh, now she's breaking out the race
Y'all
card.
both racist. That's what racist people do. And I'm putting y'all all on Facebook. You is racist. He is racist. I want my money. I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police. I want my money. I want all my money. Because y'all racist. I want my money.
How is it racist?
I want my money. Yes.
Exactly, Val. Oh, she's calling the cops on him, it sounds like.
Okay, so the issue was started this type of theater. I was texting my phone, but first of all, they told me that
Businesses have the right to refuse service to anybody.
I guess the manager and they had an issue. They told me that because I raised my voice, I have to leave. And I said, well, I don't have a problem with that, but I have to because how can another customer tell me to put my phone up when I got a text? Somebody text my phone, he told me, oh, the light on your phone, you can take and put your phone up. I said, how you gonna tell me to put my phone up? And he said, I said, you're gonna call the service and check the kids. I said, he's gonna get security. So he went, I guess, talked to the manager. The manager is telling me that I need to go because I'm loud. Yes, I am loud because I'm upset. I just received a text and I got another customer telling me I gotta go put my phone up. And now they telling me I gotta leave the show and they don't want to listen to me. Push on the oven and I'm hoping to leave. So I have to leave the show because this man just told me he didn't want me to be on my phone.
Vete para allá, vete para allá. Vete para allá, René, vete para allá.
Tell her go fish, that card doesn't work. I never heard that one before, Goofy. Oh, I never heard that one before. Yeah, she's calling the cops on them. Oh, I hope we see what the cops... Oh, we're not going to get to see what the cops say to her.
Alright, come on, son. They got me fucked up. You racist, give me this. You racist, you going on Facebook. Racist ass.
Oh no, they're going on Facebook. They're going on Facebook. Oh no. Oh no, don't put me on Facebook. Gavin's back. Thank you for coming back, Gavin. I appreciate it, bud. They brag about my program that I use, that they're interactive with Kick, but I can't get Kick notifications, Kick messages over here or nothing, so. All right, President Trump is considering pulling U.S. troops out of the European countries that did not back the war in Iran. The plan is to move forces from NATO allies seen as unhelpful to the ones that supported the campaign. The U.S. has about 84,000 troops across Europe. Germany alone hosts nearly 35,000. Good. We need to shake things up. Did she just attack somebody? Yeah, it looked like it. She hit his phone away or did something. You know, just... My stepdad who's 91 says it all the time. I am so glad that I'm going to be gone with this world because I just can't stand the world anymore. You know, I'm definitely getting there. People today are so rude, obnoxious. They just think they can get everything and anything they want, and it's not Burger King around here. It's not your way. You don't want your good name being. I got you, Gavin. I took care of it. Sometimes I let my free speech rule go a little too much. Why should we have troops in Europe to defend them from Russia while they are relying on Russian energy? We're so dumb. That's a good point, Gooby. That's definitely a good point. All right, so Justin, First Lady Melania Trump called on Congress to act regarding Jeffrey Epstein. This comment came after the First Lady ripped those, including Democrat strategist James Carville, for spreading baseless lies about her. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. So let's see what beautiful First Lady is saying. Let's make it bigger. That's what she said.
I have never been legally accused
or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman
That would be good.
should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
Amen. I love Melania Trump. She's such a great first lady. So now Goofy just said, speaking about the one before, about taking our troops out of NATO countries, she says having our troops there help their economy with purchases and take jobs on bases. F them. That is a good thing to say. Oh, thank you for whoever removed that person. Jeez Louise, you're right. Gavin said, Eddie, what's up with all the Nazis coming into your chat lately? You know, I'm sorry about that, folks. You know, I like to have people in here have the freedom of speech to say whatever they want. I do, because I believe that everybody should have the right to speak. And unfortunately, I did that today. And, you know, I'm learning that I shouldn't have. A lot of people left the chat because this person was, you know, spewing off stuff that I don't believe in. So yes, sorry about that, folks. I shouldn't have let that happen. We went from like 20 people in chat to like 8. And all because of my belief in free speech. And so I think, well, I'm going to tell you all, sorry I did that, folks. And I apologize. So I'm going to work on that. I'm definitely going to work on that. And so I apologize to you guys for letting that happen. And thank you, Gavin, because we just got another one in. So thank you for hitting that real quick. I'm guessing it was Gavin that removed that person. So thank you, whoever. If it wasn't Gavin, thank you to whoever removed him or her. Goofy. Oh, maybe did Goofy do it? It's starting to seem like a coordinated attack. Maybe they just want screenshots of those views shown on your stream. That's a good point, Gavin. That's a good point. So from now on, we're just not. It wasn't you. Oh, so Goofy did it then. Thank you, Goofy. Sorry, guys, about that. That's a good point, JJ. That's a good point. The problem is, it's... okay, looks like we're going to have to kick another person out. It's that Spartan person still. Wow, we're definitely getting hit with them. Oh, you guys beat me to it. I was going to try and remove that one. You know what, though? I can... Can I still click on it? I want to remove it forever. I'm going to remove them forever. Remove forever. Because you guys can't do remove forever, right? So I'm going to do remove forever on them. All right. Cool, I can still do that after the fact. So they removed from forever. Good thing, you know, this is a good thing I don't put the chat up here anymore. Interesting. Anyways, breaking. Calls are mounting for Uganda Mayor Zohan Mamdani to be deported. Yes, that's right. That's right. The New York City mayor, they're asking to have him removed. Okay, this is too big. I gotta make it smaller. I've never heard any woman say that. Good job, Goofy. Let's play this video here.
I would say to New Yorkers and Americans as a whole, when they tell you what they believe them. We're in this situation in New York because people said, oh, he really won't be that bad. Well, he's doing exactly what he told people that he would do.
What name are they going to come after next?
Donnie lied when he applied for citizenship. I think he was affiliated and supported groups you're not allowed to if you want to be a citizen of the United States. And I think he should be denaturalized and deported as a result. I would say to New
And just so everybody knows, I have a lot of Heinz 57 in my family. I'm 50% Dutch because my mom is 100% Dutch. But my dad had many... my dad was the Heinz 57, and I do have Jewish family. That means I am part Jewish. So, I mean, you're basically talking bad about me, and I let you speak. And now you're trying to just mess up the chat because you got removed. Well, you're talking bad about me now. And I let it go for a while, but you're affecting my channel. So keep on coming back, because every time you come in, I get another hit. You know, it pushes up, boosts my algorithm. So come in all you want and trying stuff. You're just gonna keep getting booted. But thank you for adding to my algorithm. After you messed it up by making everybody leave because they didn't want to hear your nonsense, except for Goofy, who had fun with them. All right, New York City voters got played. Mayor Mamdani is getting torched after he admitted, remember that free bus program? He said, oh yeah, everybody's going to ride for free on the bus. The buses should be free. Well, he then came out yesterday and saying that, well, you know, it's not going to be until next year that we can give you the free stuff. And then it'll be, well, it's not going to be until another year before we can give you free stuff. So they are unhappy with he's not so communist after all, I guess. Well, yeah, he is, because he's keeping all the money for himself and his friends, I bet. All right, breaking news. Germany is now worrying that America will pull out of NATO, says Senator Mike Lee. Let's hear this.
Für Forderungen nach klarer Kante, lassen Sie mich das hier an dieser Stelle auch einmal sagen. Wir wollen...
Okay, I can't... we'll just read it. It says, say here that we do not want to... I do not want... Come on. I do not want us to split NATO. NATO is guaranteeing the security of Europe. Yeah, no, the United States is giving you that security. You know, and you don't want to help us when we're doing stuff? Well, the F you. Goodbye, NATO. I say we get rid of NATO now. All right, Chairman Comer has agreed to call these 4 named co-conspirators into testifying. They won't be the only ones. Let's see
that
what
Jeffrey
she's saying
Epstein
here.
was running a
X does this always. They let her play for a second. And
in my professional opinion, I do believe it was a honeypot operation. And I do believe that there's a list of individuals who did engage in trafficking, were given these plea deals, and I'm going to name those individuals right now. The first one would be Leslie Groff. The second one, Sarah Kellen. The third one, Nadia Markova. And the fourth one, Adriana Ross. All of these women engaged in the trafficking of minors as adults. They were working and complicit with Jeffrey Epstein's operation.
Wow.
And in my opinion, they are not to be given victim status because they did partake in harming young girls. I remember seeing in some of the files, some of these girls were, you know, as young as 10, 11 years old and older. And so obviously we have a lot of work to do, but I did want to come and give an update and let you that Jeffrey Epstein was running.
She just named the people. She's naming names. Good. This is the biggest thing that I disagree with President Trump on is hiding all the names. I want to know who's in the files. I want it to be all open. Give us the Epstein files. We deserve them as Americans. Stop scrolling and watch this. You will never hear a Republican give a better answer on why we must end all four. Let's watch it. I think we watched it earlier, but let's see.
But you're right. We've got communities like Frisco that have been totally transformed.
Frisco, Texas.
Whether it's Islamic immigration or immigration from anywhere else in Asia. I don't want Muslim prayer call. I don't want to hear Muslim calls to prayer in my community. I do not want the caste system socially in the schools that my kids are going to, because we've had so many people come to the United States who are not assimilating into American culture. I want to live in an America that's actually American. And if you go to some of these areas, you feel like you're in a foreign country. And that's a problem. You know, America is for our people. We have a distinct heritage, a distinct culture that's rooted in historical experience in the United States. And that's something that we as conservatives should seek to actually conserve. And that means not flooding our country with infinity immigration every single year, whether it's because of illegal immigration or legal immigration, under the guise of economic interest or anything
Stupid
else.
Mosquitoes.
And the reality is with H-1B, and I think I watched some of the clips that came out. This is a program that has an enormous amount of fraud.
Hold on. Gavin says, quick question. Weren't taxes supposed to go down with President Trump? I just got bent over and I'm not too happy about it. Hope said the same thing. Luckily, all of the money that I earn is not cannot be taxed. So I don't know about that. Yeah, it was supposed to go down. You know? He's not getting everything done he promised.
The idea that we would bring in a 7-Eleven worker from India or anywhere across the globe into our country to work at a gas station because we can't find Americans to work behind the counter at a gas station. I mean, that's
not what it is. They own the 7-Eleven and the gas station. You know, the name Patel. So the name Patel over there, they go by name. Your last name is what your work you're in. So I remember I was doing some work for this guy named Patel, and he sent me all these hotels that will now be contacting me for plumbing work and they were all named Patel. And I asked him, I'm like, are all these your family members or something like that? He's like, no, people named Patel in our country are hotel owners, and that's why, So they come over here and they all own gas stations and 7-Elevens for a reason.
Asinine. I mean, it's idiotic, and we all know it. So, in my opinion, the H-1B program at this point should just be abolished outright. You don't need it. There's too much fraud in it. You've got all kinds of issues, particularly in areas like Frisco, where fake businesses are popping up and they're being used to bring more people in with these H-1B visas. And then, by the way, you have chain migration, where once people come here, they start bringing their family to an unlimited degree. This stuff has to end at some point. And I think that point
is now. I agree. I like him. Too bad he's not my congressman. Breaking news. Jonathan Richardson, a man pretending to be a woman who murdered his 11-month-old stepdaughter, has been released from prison 30 years early. Why? He murdered his 11-month-old stepdaughter. Last year, a judge ordered the Indiana Department of Corrections to arrange urgent gender-affirming care surgery for Richardson, and now he's somehow walking free. How is this transgender child murderer allowed back on the streets? Why? Ugh. Impeach activist judges now. I agree. Every gas station out here are all foreigners, but from different countries. Gavin says, I need to adopt Eddie as a dependent. If you adopt me as a dependent, some of that money, like my Rumble money, will count against you. I don't make much on Rumble, right? I make what, like $200 a month altogether. So I can make that. I'm allowed to make that. But $200 a month, you're under the threshold to pay taxes. So that's why I don't have to pay taxes on it. So I think then you'll get it. You'll add. You might get put in the new tax bracket because of my $200 a month, Gavin. All right, it's official. After pressure from President Trump, NATO says they're willing to help in the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, after pressure.
Willing to, quote...
After pressure. After pressure.
So one day after meeting with President Trump, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says that the alliance is willing to, quote, play a role in protecting the Strait of Hormuz, quote, if it can help. Doesn't sound like a hard and fast commitment. Little interesting language there.
Once
He
again,
also
leave
admits that
NATO.
some allies
Leave
could have stepped
NATO.
up sooner to help with Operation Epic Fury. Watch.
And it came time to provide the logistical and other support the United States needed in Iran. Some allies were a bit slow, to say the least.
Some allies were slow.
In fairness, they were also a bit surprised. To maintain the element of surprise for the initial strikes, President Trump opted not to inform allies ahead of time. And I understand that.
Shut up. Yeah, because we don't
So
trust
the White
you
House
guys.
now looking at possible
We don't trust you
punishments
guys.
for some NATO allies, according to a piece in the...
Hey, Gavin, what's the... this keeps messing up. Safari does. What's that browser you use? Is it called Brave? Is that the browser you use? I gotta have to start using it for the stream. I'm gonna try using that one for the stream. I'll have to test it out. You do your own taxes? Good. Save that mighty dollar. Holy crap. Retired Border Patrol Chief Bavino destroyed Representative Maria Salazar for her amnesty bill. Oh, let's see what he says.
We are here today, and I'm delighted that this coalition has been formed.
Sorry, the audio's
by
low.
Business sectors, by
Brave?
pastors,
Okay.
by families, by community leaders, people that understand that we need to fix the laws and that we need to give a solution to those people who have been here in this country for more than 5 years, who do not have a criminal record.
So what? They actually they do.
Contributing for decades
Actually they do, man, because they came here illegally.
to the economy of this country. There are two entities that can make this happen.
Use Brave for
God the
Brave for
Father
Rumble.
and
Okay.
Donald Trump. And we in Congress, we're in the middle. So that's what we're doing. 20 members of Congress, 20 members on each side, and more Congress people who would like to join us, but they say, Maria, I don't want anyone to accuse me of amnesty. What is amnesty? We do not know really what's the complete and rigorous definition of that word. If amnesty
Okay, I'm
for some
installing
of
it right now. We're gonna
colleagues
test it out here.
is no path to citizenship, then dignity does not have a path. It makes you pay a fine. 1% of your salary is a pretty harsh bill for those who are undocumented, but it allows them to stay and live a
What did
dignified
Greg
life
Bavino say? I
in their
thought we
own
were gonna
time.
show what Greg Bavino said. Oh, and I just went to the Brave I'm setting up the Brave browser right now so we can test it on the stream. But look, there's me and my amazing friend Agnes Gibney. You all saw her earlier. She's the angel mom that got to speak over there in Washington D.C. today. So everybody say prayer for Agnes, because this is the month that her son was murdered, and it's always hard on her. Okay, hold on. I gotta go to the spot where it downloaded so we can load it up. Brave browser. I want to test it out on audio stuff and see if you guys can hear the audio, because you don't hear the audio when I do it. If I do it from Chrome browser. So you guys are gonna help me out. You guys are gonna be my testers. Okay, so now I have Brave. Let's open it up. Open. It's opening up. A Brave browser app is now open. All right, so let's see if you guys can hear something. I just downloaded. Let's go to YouTube, and you guys can tell me if you can hear stuff. Let's just play a random video. Come on, let's just type in the. Let's see what pops up, and then we'll play a video.
Hey, Frank.
Oh, wait, we can't play that. We'll get in trouble. We're still on YouTube. Can you guys hear this?
It is a gorgeous Thursday, day one at the Masters, and take a look at this. Defending champ Rory McIlroy last year winning it all, completing the career Grand Slam, and he had an absolutely phenomenal day on the course. Yes, he looks a little frustrated there. He finished 5 under, though. He's going to be in phenomenal position heading into Friday and most likely the weekend as you take a look at a scorecard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 birdies, only 1 bogey, finishing 5 under.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna start using Brave. I gotta mess with it though. I gotta configure it to what I want. So not tonight. But we are gonna. So what did he say? The Dignity Act gives amnesty to illegal aliens who rob, maim, and kill Americans while filling our jails, schools, and hospitals. You are another one of those who support illegal aliens over American citizens. Check yourself. That's what Gregory K. Bavino said. There we go. Yeah, you guys are my beta testers. That's it. You guys are my beta testers. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Copy link. Oops, I meant to cut link. Hallelujahs. All right, Justin, Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon assures that the Carlos Brown Jr., who murdered Irina Zarutska, will remain in federal custody after he was deemed incapable to proceed on state charges of murder. Folks, I had a great call this morning with our U.S. Attorney General in Charlotte. Brown remains in federal custody, and so the parallel state proceedings are in no way dispositive. There will be a federal competency determination and prosecution track taking precedence. Good. Our judges nowadays are just, yeah. All right. A brave woman enters a mosque in Paterson, New Jersey to complain about the prayer broadcast being blasted across her neighborhood. Interesting. Come on. See what I mean? I can't click on the button because the Brave browser is messing it up.
So how did you open up that door? Excuse me. Just give me time, okay?
Help us understand.
I know, you need to give me time. Okay, no.
Oh, they're not showing everything. I would have liked to see more of what happened there. I would have. I hate it when they don't give you all of it. All right, Justin, Donald J. Trump says that if Iran is charging fees for passage through the Strait of Hormuz, they better stop now. So I have heard 2 different stories on this today. What I have heard is that people are scammers are doing it, not Iran, but who knows? I don't know. We got to find out and figure out who it really is. We shall kick their butts, America. So I don't know if you heard this. We had her on the news last week sometime. This Florida woman who treats thousands of patients using a stolen nursing license. All she got was probation. Could you imagine? What if she had murdered somebody or killed somebody with her actions by doing something wrong because she wasn't a trained nurse? Probation. Frickin' probation. Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have, President Donald J. Trump. Hopefully he does something about it. Did the Somali pirates sell to Iran to charge toll? No, I think somebody said it was, what's Nigeria? A Nigerian prince. That's what it was. Okay. So, President Trump, we talked about this a little earlier, and Val and I have a different opinion. I can't make it bigger. Sorry, guys. So President Trump said, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it's wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. Because they have one thing in common, low IQs. These stupid people, they know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. So I don't, Florence Fraudingale. Okay, now that was funny. Florence Fraudingale. That's funny. You know, calling them stupid low IQ. Come on. Come on. You know, this is getting old, folks. I used to laugh about this all the time. You know, the shit talking from them. But come on. It's getting old. It's really getting old. Just do your job now. You're in office. Just do your freaking job. That's what I want. That's what I want. So Melania Trump. Okay, so here, this is a response from Alex Jones. So let's hear his response.
Well, President Trump came out on Truth Social and attacked myself and all the original MAGA supporters today. And I'm just so sad that whatever's happened to him has totally changed the man.
I hate it when you say MAGA. It's MAGA. It's MAGA, not MAGA. MAGA. I don't like the MAGA.
Was he did so much good. That said, it followed just a few hours after Melania Trump came out, unannounced. Reportedly, Trump didn't know, and said she wasn't involved with Epstein and she supports a full investigation by Congress into the Epstein cover-up. Trump says Epstein's a hoax. So this reminds me of
Epstein's not a hoax.
Melinda French, when she started turning against Bill, also over Epstein. So Trump's got big problems, folks. And I am just so concerned about this country and the world. Trump's being led around by the nose by...
Now, real quick, if he's trying to say right there that President Trump did stuff that he shouldn't have with little kids, well, the Democrats would have come out with it already. The Democrats would have shown that, okay? So I don't think President Trump did anything on Epstein's Island or with anything with little kids, because the Democrats would have ran with it already many a times.
And by Mark Levin and others, and it's so sad. The Iran war is a total disaster, a black eye for America. They control the Strait of Hormuz. It is just absolutely incredible what we're seeing and what we're facing.
Right, JJ?
I supported the old Trump that got so many good things done. But at the end of the day, I just feel sorry for him and pray that God touch his heart and soul and free him from the demonic influences that he's under. I mean, it's just that simple. This is a nightmare. We know the Democrats, the left, are absolutely terrible, but when Trump's calling for wiping out whole civilizations and acting like a supervillain, I have to come out and say I don't support
I wasn't upset with that part of him saying that. So, but the thing that gets me upset with President Trump on this is, if anybody just says, "Oh, I don't agree with you on that," then they're your enemy. That's not how it works in life. That's not how it works, and I don't like people like that. And you guys know I'm not like that. Remember when I went to D.C. and we're out there, and what was the name? Defender Vance was like, "Eddie, these people are friends with, the streamer that you hate. Why are you friends with them?" I said, because, I'm not going to tell my friends who they can be friends with. That's not how it works. Yeah, but they're friends with somebody you don't like. So what if they're friends with somebody I don't like? I'm not going to tell my friends who to like. I'm not going to go to them and say, you shouldn't like this person because they did this. I don't do that. And that's kind of what President Trump's doing right now. And that's something that I don't like.
It's that simple. So again...
And now all these people are going to come after me saying, oh, you're against President Trump. No, I love 90-some-odd% of what President Trump does. There's just certain things I don't like. That's my right to not agree because I'm not a fucking follower. Excuse my language. I'm not a follower. I don't follow everything 100%. I use my brain up here and I use my thoughts and my feelings.
His own wife came out at an unannounced press conference today and said the Epstein crimes are real and that she wants the victims to be in front of Congress to cover up to end. That's the opposite of what Trump's saying. Looks to me like she's breaking with Trump because she knows the ship's sinking, has found out the truth.
I don't know
Elon
about that.
left 8 months ago saying he's in the files as a cover-up. I never saw any evidence of it, but he's acting like he's guilty. We know he's protecting Howard Lutnick, who said he didn't know Epstein didn't go to the island, and he did.
So, I don't think he did.
All I can say is this is a terrible day, and it's a nightmare for America and the world, but I'm going to tell the truth, report on the facts, no matter what it is. Was I somewhat naive? Did I defend Trump too long? He did so much good? Yeah, I did. Are people that, said I defend him too long, are they right? Yeah, it looks like they are. Fine to a victory lap. But I did it from a place of believing he was the lesser of two evils. And I guess at the end of the day, justice be done may have its fall. There's no such thing as lesser of two evils.
Yeah, I don't know. I still agree with a lot of stuff President Trump, and I'm not down on him. There's just certain things I don't agree with. Goofy says that 6th grade stuff had popular girls make me choose between them and my best friend. Told them to get bent. No one tells me who I can or I cannot be friends with. Right? Oh, I guess I had 2 of that same one. Let's see what kind of new stuff has come out in the last little over 2 hours that we've been live. Let's see anything new. The Will Kane Show. She doesn't put any. I'm not gonna watch it because it doesn't. No context here. Watch this before you go to bed. The Daily Show. Let's see what the Daily
What's
Show
the point of electing people if every time they do something that you don't understand, you turn on them and then you masquerade and wrap it in a fucking a blanket of virtue called holding them accountable? Do you think Donald Trump needs you to hold him accountable? Can we just all appreciate Donald Trump even running to save your scrawny ass was in itself an altruistic act? This is one of the most crazy things that people will say. He only did this to save your sorry, ungrateful fucking ass. He didn't do this for fame. He sure as fuck didn't do it for money. He did it because he's like, I've got to save these people. They have no idea how fucked they are if I don't run. I'm just stunned at how fucking stupid so many Americans have become. It's the saddest shit. How did you forget that he doesn't need this job? How did you forget that if there was ever anything against Donald Trump, Biden and his DOJ would have buried him with it? How did you already forget that? How is it possible to be that fucking stupid? You have to start with what you absolutely know.
So see, I agree with them on the Epstein stuff. They would have buried him with it already, right? And, oh man, I forgot my thought now. I lost my mind.
What fact, what you absolutely know? They were gonna put Trump in prison for fucking life. Fact, they tried to kill him. Fact, he doesn't need this job for fame or money. Fact, he already was a president.
Gavin said the whole hoax comment was about the Democrats trying to spread the lie that Trump was a participant in what Epstein was doing, and we know it wasn't because they would have found it by now. It would have been exposed. We would have seen it, right? One thing where he says, President Trump doesn't need this job. That's true, but he does like to be in the spotlight, and this puts him in the spotlight. That's so that's one reason why he might have
once and accomplished way more than most people, and he didn't need to come back and do this. Fact, he's at the end of his life. There is no next chapter for him. He's 80 years old. Those are the facts. When you look at those facts, you arrive at a single conclusion. He's doing it because he thinks he can help make your life better and save America. So if you're questioning that now based on the fact that you don't like what's being disclosed, you're a fucking idiot. You either trust the people that you fucking vetted and elected, or you don't. And if you don't, fuck off, you're retarded.
See, I agree with a lot of this stuff here. Because, like I said, I don't agree with everything President Trump says, but I'm not just going to drop him because of one thing he does that I don't like. As Americans, we know we're not wanted. I keep saying this. What is this? I keep seeing this. I don't get it. Rich man Bruce Springsteen blasts rich men for abandoning the world. Who cares about Bruce Springsteen? Whoa, an entire steak as a warm-up, 6 meals in one day. Okay, I gotta watch this. This is from that's from one of those shows.
It is only a simple appetizer.
Let's see.
This is Ashley's 6th meal of the day. She has a large portion of fried corn and a full plate of steak. This is almost a full day's food.
Okay, she got the healthy with the corn, but then she added the fried part.
For a normal person. But for Ashley, who weighs over 700 pounds, it is only a simple appetizer. She brings a whole plate of fried chicken nuggets, a large serving of fries, and mashed potatoes. The huge amount of food is finished by Ashley in no time. Although she has already had lunch, Ashley is still not satisfied.
Okay, so real quick, I have problems with eating. Look, I'm fat now again, okay? I know the struggle. Like one of my issues is the same thing with drinking. If I make let's say 10 buffalo wings, right? And then after 7, I start to feel full and say, maybe I should put these away for another day. I don't. I'll finish it. I eat them all. If something tastes good to me, I can't stop eating it. They say it's part of my depression disorder or whatever. I don't know. Whatever it is. But I totally get it, right? But I'm not going to this level. Like, it's only certain days when I feel the need to nonstop eat. Like, I mean, you guys saw me on the show the other day. I got these. Hold on. The bag should still be here in the trash. That's in there. At Costco, I bought this beef jerky. It's called Snake Bite Ranch. It is amazing Wagyu beef jerky, right? And I bought a bag of it at Costco on Monday. The bag is gone because last night I just kept eating it, and I ate the whole. I had like 3 pieces on Monday. On Tuesday, I said I'm only gonna have like 3, but I had like 6. And on Wednesday, I ate the whole entire bag. So I get it. I understand what these people are going through. But I don't think I could never get to that level. Right? Like I'm already starting to worry about my weight, and I'm starting to eat a lot more. Like this time I went to Costco and I didn't buy anything with carbs. I love when I go to Costco, the croissants. Oh my gosh, I eat their croissants just plain, just right out of the package. I love their croissants. And I would always say, well, I'm getting the croissants. I'm going to make sandwiches, right? And then you get the Italian charcuterie board stuff, You put it, you slice your croissant open like this. You put some mayonnaise on both sides. Then you take there's 4 different meats in that charcuterie thing, You got the real, it starts with the P, the real tasty, not pastrami, right? But it's, I forget, but you get that pack, and then, I always get the Dutch Havarti cheese to go on there. And I'll end up, what'll happen is I'll make 2, and I make 2 of these sandwiches every time I eat. I should only be taking 1, but I take 2. Anyways, I digress. What happens is I'll eat 2 of those, and then like an hour later, I'll be like, man, I'm hungry. So I'll eat all of the charcuterie board stuff, and then I just have the croissants. And so the croissants, I'll just eat over and over. So I got no croissants. I didn't get anything that has carbs. I'm trying to lose weight because I'm like, man, Eddie, you're getting fat again. You're getting really fat again. So JJ says, the taste of food to need to eat are the pleasure chemicals of dopamine from the brain, right? Val says, besides depression, maybe she could have a serious health problem. That's also it too. Prosciutto, thank you. I love prosciutto. So it comes with prosciutto and two different kinds of salami, and it's like the other one looks like it's like 2 kinds of prosciutto, I think. Prosciutto capicola. Here we go. Gavin knows what I'm talking about. Prosciutto capicola and two kinds of salamis. Thank you. Oh, now I want a croissant. Okay, let's play this.
To fill her stomach, she decides to go shopping at the supermarket with her husband and son. Obesity makes it hard for Ashley to move, so every time she goes out, she can only stay in the car. Inside the supermarket, Ashley's husband and son start piling up goods. Going crazy with a full cart of food is only enough for Ashley for 2 days. The next day, Ashley's husband goes to work. All the responsibility.
Wait, only that basket is like freaking $500.
Abilities at home suddenly fall on Ashley's son. Although he is only 5 years old, the boy uses his small body to bravely take care of his mother Ashley. Every morning after waking up, the boy first puts all the dirty clothes into the washing machine. Then he dries them in the dryer. After finishing this, he prepares breakfast for Ashley.
This is kind of upsetting, isn't it? Makes me feel sad for the son and the husband.
He takes 10 sausages from the fridge and cooks them in the oven. Then he makes 10.
They said, and he cooks them in the oven as he's putting it in the well, it is a microwave oven, I guess, right?
And cooks them in the oven. Then he makes 10 pieces of toast. Only after
10 pieces. I love bread. I do. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to get at Costco, they have They, you know, they have the chocolate muffins, right? But they had, it's a new kind of, it's like a double chocolate muffins that I've been getting from Costco, and I didn't. I'm
his
so
mother
proud of
breakfast,
myself.
can the boy rest for a moment in her arms, seeing her son, who should be at school, working hard to take care of her at home. Every day, Ashley is filled with guilt to give her son a normal childhood. Ashley decides to go to Houston to seek help from professional weight
Well, at
loss
least she's seeking
doctors.
help.
After arriving at the hospital, examinations show that Ashley weighs 725.
Holy geez, 725 pounds. Looking at her, I wouldn't have guessed that much. Holy geez, play.
Pounds. This shocking number terrifies Ashley completely. She begins to worry whether the doctor will accept her as a patient. Fortunately, her fear does not come true. For Ashley's condition, the doctor gives professional advice to lose weight as soon as possible. The best way is gastric bypass surgery, but before that, she needs to lose 50 pounds on her own. It is a difficult challenge.
Why do they make, what is $50, 50 pounds make? Is it so they can show that she's willing to try and lose weight afterwards? Is that why they do that? What's up, Zero?
But Ashley accepts it. To stick to losing weight, she moves to Houston with her whole family. Following the doctor's advice, she starts controlling her diet strictly and walking for exercise every day. 2 months later, Ashley successfully loses 60 pounds.
Good for her.
Impressed by her determination, the doctor performs the gastric bypass surgery for her. Ashley recovers very well after the operation. She can do housework by herself, drive her son to school personally. However, just as everything is getting better, Ashley is admitted to the hospital again due to physical discomfort. But behind this, there is a secret no one knows.
Oh, I hate when they cut off like that. I hate when they cut off like that. Lose 50 pounds or get some scissors. You thinking she has that much hair? Gavin says, hey, Zero. Yeah, Zero, we love Zero. Zero's a great part of our community. Like we were saying earlier, like when we had Lady Hamilton Art come in, and she rated us, and so I followed her and I gave out her links because that's what we need to do. And Zero helps that out a lot. Zero's going and modding it. Zero mods a lot, so Zero goes out there and gets us people and do all this stuff. So you can watch all these on 600 Pound Life. I never wanted to watch that show, but maybe I should. Maybe I should. All right, let's see what else is going on that's new for tonight. How many voter registration files do you think need to be purged in other blue states? Oh, there's tons of them. Judicial Watch says 372,000 inactive voters removed from Colorado's voter rolls after a lawsuit. Good. Good. What's going on here? Hemingway, GOP cannot neglect Americans' economic plan. J.B. Pritzker, blah. Senator John Thune and Cornyn's decisions not to pass the SAVE Act cost our control both chambers of Congress and Senate. I agree. You love Lady Hamilton? Yeah, JJ got her to rate us today. That was awesome at JJ. Sleeping on the job. Oh, I like watching these. Holy sheep shit, Batman. Look at all the stuff falling. What are they on YouTube called? Fails? Well, we appreciate that, Zero. Good evening, X. See how many times I see this over and over again. One of the millions of innocent people whose lives are being ruined by the war they never asked for. Senator John Fetterman, how is it possible 8 out of 10 Democrats view Israel as a negative thing? Because they're racist, probably. I've been suing Gavin Newsom to the end of sanctuary. Chad Bianco. I'm not going for Bianco, I don't think. I think I'm probably going to be on the Hilton team. I'm still thinking about it. Still thinking about it, though. Ted Cruz defends President Trump's threat to bomb Iran's power plants. See what Cruz is saying. How much longer is he going to have over there in Texas?
Listen, you're also right about the hypocrisy of Democrats, that from the instance this military conflict began, they began attacking President Trump relentlessly. And
They've been
I got to
attacking
say,
him
it
since
really is sad. It
2015.
used to be that politics ended at the water's edge, but the Democrats hate Trump so much that they were rooting for America to fail. And they immediately started accusing President Trump of war crimes when he threatened to take out power plants.
Never realized
you can
how
look
bad he stutters.
on the website of the Department of War. The long-standing rules for the conduct of war makes clear that civilian power generation is a legitimate target, a military target. It's a long-standing military target. And the reason the president named power plants and bridges is because the obvious target is the oil facilities, the refineries, and the terminal on Karg Island. But if that were destroyed, Iran would lose its long-term revenue. And the objective here is stop Iran from being a threat, remove the military threat, stop them from killing Americans, and then that economic revenue from oil sales can rebuild the country, not with American taxpayers. We're not going to rebuild the country.
Good.
But the revenue from Iran with a peaceful government can rebuild the country. And let me say one other thing.
Good. We shouldn't be paying for it. We went to war with you. We're not there to fix your country. I hope to face the same profound goal he weighs forward or send. What is this all about? Should we watch this?
Gain. And death is
Whoa,
terrible.
what happened to that dude's
I
face?
was, incredibly blessed.
What is that like makeup or is his face all messed up?
I kept hearing the Pauline phrase, to live is Christ, to die is gain. And death
Donnie?
is terrible.
What's up,
You
handsome?
should never sugarcoat it. It is not
Hi,
how
baby boy, huh?
things are meant to be. But it is great that death can be called the final enemy. It's an enemy,
Nice,
but it's
Goofy.
a final enemy, and there will then be no more tears. I believe in the resurrection, and I believe in a restoration of this world. And so I did not feel great fear about my death.
Oh,
I
could that be
didn't want
shingles?
The pain I was going through. I didn't.
Oh,
want
I
to
didn't
be a
think about
pansy
that.
ass, in the
Hold
final.
on. Hold on. What does shingles look like? What does shingles look like on the face? Let's see images. Oh, that could be. That could be. No, they're not all cut out though like that. Well, some of them are. That's what shingles looks like. Oh my goodness. And I always turn down, do you want to take the single shot? No. I always turn that down.
Moments.
You're doing okay right now with that.
I am doing
so
all,
far.
Oh, thank you. But I did immediately feel regrets about a lot of misprioritization. You jokingly referred earlier to my podcast, which takes its line from Monty Python, Not Dead Yet. We're all on the clock.
That's another thing we have to
And
question.
I wanted to have prioritized better. And whether I really only had 3 or 4 months left, or if I get 9 to 12 months left, I want to prioritize better from then. But in my tradition, in Christianity, the need for daily repentance is just a truth. I am broken. I leave undone those things which I ought to have done, and I do those things which I...
Real quick, too, speaking of faith and stuff, you guys all know Josh from Revolver Broadcasting, who's also Faith, Family, and Politics channel. I am going to be a guest on his show Saturday from 6 p.m. Eastern Time to 9 p.m. Eastern Time at Revolver Broadcasting. What I'll probably do is I will probably start live here at the beginning of his show and then stop it and give everybody a link to go watch us on their Rumble channel, because we're trying to get people to watch him. That's the reason why I'm on his show. So I won't stream it, but I'll stream a few minutes of it to let you guys jump on over to his show. So look for that Saturday night.
I have not done, morphine, and there is no health in us. And I get to repent every day of both my sins of omission
rate him.
and
That's right,
commission.
Zero. That's what we'll do.
And yet, at a slightly bigger level, if you're only going to get 3 or 4 months, you really want to get some of your affairs in order. And my boy was only 14, and I felt a heaviness. I knew that God wasn't surprised by the diagnosis. There is not a maverick molecule in the universe. But I didn't like the idea of my 14-year-old son not having a dad around at 16. Yeah. I didn't like the idea of my daughters, who are 22 and 24, not having their dad there to walk them down the aisle. And I felt a real heaviness about that. But I've continued to feel a peace about the fact that death is something that we should hate. We should call it a wicked thief. And yet it's pretty good that you pass through the vale of tears one time, and then there will be no more tears. There will be no more cancer.
Can I ask cancer. Okay, yes, cancer.
How you think your kids are processing the experience?
They have a great mom, and they are theologically rooted, and their hope is in Jesus. And they, all 3 are doing really well. My girls are 22 and 24, and I know that our conversations are the true and accurate conversations. My 14-year-old son is gritty enough and tough enough that I think even if he wasn't doing well, he could probably fake it. Yeah. So I don't fully know, so I covet prayers on that, but he seems to be doing well.
Well, what would you do if you were in his situation? You know? Knowing you're going to pass soon. That's already, first off, a choice. Think about this. You're ready to, it's your time, and you know, or it's early for you to be going. You're young. And your doctors tell you, well, you're going to die in 6 months. There's a couple different routes you could go, right? You could just not tell your family. But then that's, what do you think is better? So some people will not tell their family. Some people would tell their family. For the person not telling their family, they're thinking, well, because I don't want them to stress. I want to enjoy my last 6 months with them. Which I can see, right? Are you punishing your family member by adding 6 months to it? Because if you don't tell them, then they're not going to be upset your last 6 months, and you can just enjoy the best qualities with them and give them your best qualities. If everybody's worried about you dying, that's going to add that's going to add 6 months more stress that they could have been stress-free. So what would you guys do? What would you do in that situation? I don't think I would tell him. I wouldn't tell anybody that I was dying. Nobody. Goofy says she'd have to clean her office. Zero says, what can you do? Get affairs in order, pray for salvation, talk to family. That is crucial. We are not promised tomorrow. Yeah. I might also, I probably would also go ahead and look into life insurance, get a real quick life insurance policy. Goofy says I'd appreciate the timeline. But think about that. Now, and so then I'd think and I'd wonder, how would I feel if I found out my mom knew that she had cancer, didn't tell me? So I could have spent more time with her. That's what I would be upset about that. Like, I would have spent more time with my mom. So that would suck. Or maybe I would think, well, thank you for saving me from the grief for the 6 months that you knew. Right? Show me how that person, the mom or the dad, whoever's going through it, would be looking out for you, looking out for your best interest. So you got to go that way too. Kind of makes you wonder, right? Goofy says Not telling would seem like a betrayal. So Goofy says it would be like a betrayal to your family and friends. Interesting. Zero says then I'd have to. Zero says then I'd go have the best vacation with everyone that could come with. Yeah. I think one thing I would do though is I would make videos every day on my phone. You know, his kids are 24 years old. Maybe they haven't had kids yet. And make a video for, hey, you know, I'm so glad you had a baby. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you, but I'm watching up from above. You know, make videos like that. Or just videos with advice, or just hello videos. You know, hey, what's up? Hope you're doing well. That's what I would do. I'd make videos for my family members, for sure. Definitely. Definitely. JJ says that's a whoops. That's a reaction. It keeps moving up. I can't read. I gotta make it bigger now about the cancer scenario, right? It happens to a lot of people. Goofy says celebration of life while living. Zero says celebrate life even if it's the end. Yeah. Zero's putting up Goofy for Jesus. Let's see. Val over there on YouTube land says, hold on, honestly, you can't always trust the doctors. You have to believe in God. My mom got me life insurance, but I lost that when she passed. The doctor stayed twice with me, and thank Jesus. Interesting, Val. Interesting. Leaving Earth would be Jesus time. Yeah. I gotta be honest with you. You know, when you do, you know, I don't know what the average person deals with, but I know what I deal with. And there are times when you're just having that rough day, and you're just like, man, come on. I'm done with this. You know? I don't know about the regular person if they have that happen, but I do. I do. And I think a lot of people with disabilities like me have those. You know, I get how they say, you know, everybody was created to be equal. That's why some people may be smart, but they're not. They may be book smart, but they're not street smart, you know? Or, you know, the smoking hot people are dumb. And, you know, they always say stuff should be equal. So I'm guessing you guys probably have equal amounts of trauma that I have. Not trauma, but like, you know, the pain we deal with every day. I mean, look at Goofy. Goofy can tell you about pain. So there are days we all have those rough days, right? Where you're like, I just don't want to be here anymore. You never do it. But you have those, you know, it'll run through your mind, you know. I think that's normal. Anyways, so maybe, you know, to me, you might be, you know what I always say? Here's what I always say. I think it's the good people that die young. I think the good people get to go to heaven before us because they already served their purpose and they realized how they're supposed to be. So that's why they get to go to heaven sooner than the rest of us. I kind of think I think our life here maybe is our purgatory, you know, where you got to wait to go up. This is like our suffering time. No, this is to show our worthiness, I think. Why am I, you know, I'm going all religion. Let's move on. Why am I going religion here? Gavin says doctors aren't always right. My aunt was supposed to be dead 20 years ago from cancer and still here. I know, I get it, right? I get it. Gavin then says, heck, my dog was supposed to be dead 3 years ago according to her doctor and she's still here. I know, Gavin's got some cool dogs. You know, when I went to Gavin's house, he had his dogs, you know, cordoned off, so in case I had to go use the restroom. And so I was in the restroom and I come out and then they just knocked the little gate thing down. And here I am surrounded by his two dogs and they're just loving on me. They barked once and then they're like, oh, he's petting me. Gavin's got some cool dogs. So I've been there, but I keep waking up. So breath and take it one day, one moment at a time. Be thankful for the time we have. And JJ says here on Earth is to earn our spot in heaven. Yeah, that's kind of what I think. Kind of what I think. All right, let's zoom out here. Zoom out. What else we got going on? Benny Johnson. I know people like to call him clickbait Benny, but he does put some good stuff out there. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel, there's no R, just Canel, made it crystal clear he has no plans to step down. In his first interview with an American network, he said Cuban leaders answer only to their own people, and that's the very idea of resigning isn't even part of the vocabulary, right? Hello, American people should only answer to American people, right? But we don't. We got a bunch of liberal people up there. Let's see. What they want? Why are all these liberals, want to take down?
But it's about how we have that conversation, and from everything I've seen with this campaign,
I bet.
it's not
I know,
really
Val.
productive
I
way
know
for
how
us
that
to
is.
talk about these important issues.
The mayor and others that we talked to today say that this is private property, so it's up to the owner of the building.
I prefer if it's not like people just doing it to make a statement.
But it's about how we have that conversation, and from everything I've seen with this.
What a douchebag. Now, I bet you they got a George Floyd poster hanging around somewhere that they let stay up. Let's see. Friends, if it was filmed today. Now, let's watch it. Yeah, all on their phones. All on their phones. The judges who released this animal 14 times. Yeah, they're talking about. Who is ALX, by the way? I'll have to follow this person. Hold on. And then what you do, you go to their page, and then you add alerts. That way, then you can get their alerts. Because what I do, I have special alert pages. That's all I do. Oh, JJ, thanks for sharing us out, dude. Over on X. Thank you for the share. We'll repost you. Got a quote too, right? Oh, you got a comment. Thanks a lot. Wait. It should, if you hit enter, it should go to reply. Just straight up do it. But see, so what happens there is I click on this instead of going to home because it only shows the people that I put in my alerts, so I can see the alerts. Which is much better, because if you go to home, you got a lot of people that just share stupid stuff, because it makes them feel better, even though it's not true. This is Blamadad just shut down its capital for U.S.-Iran peace talks. Interesting. Wonder what's wrong with the reflecting pond or pool. What do they gotta fix on it? We saw that. Artemis crew is about to face the most intense part of their mission coming down. Dude, that's got to be the fun part, though, right? Reparation for slavery. Come on. Nobody has been a slave is even alive anymore. Jeffries mocked Hegseth today for being a Fox News host before becoming defense secretary. Whatever. Want to be Obama. What did they call him? Dollar store Obama? Graphic. Yeah, we're not going to watch that. Well, let's see what Joe Biden's saying back in the 90s when he had kind of hair.
Germany, if you're unwilling to reflate your market and take on your responsibility in the rest of the world as a world leader.
Thank you. I'm making you
laugh. Why are we the only ones that have that responsibility? Why are we the only economic engine? We are clearly the biggest. We can say to the Germans and our friends in Europe,
Team Obama.
We're all in this. NATO's important. We stick with NATO. But I'm not sure we need 289,000 American troops at a total cost of $102 billion if you add everything up. Maybe you should do more. Now, if you want to open up your markets.
I thought he was about to say, now, if you want to give me my 10% for the big guy. I was waiting for him to say that.
If you're willing to help alleviate third world debt, if you'll step in and help Mexico, if you'll step in and help Nigeria, like we are, then we can play. Germany. If you're
Hey, by the way, do you guys have freaking... Oh, shoot, we're getting raided. What's up, Mr. Rotella? Everybody go check out Mr. Rotella over there with the dome. Hold on, let me see. Let me click on his thing, and it'll open up here. We're going to go copy. We're going to go paste. And go check out Mr. Rotella and the dome. Here is the link to go check them out. We're going to post it over here in Facebook land, and we're also going to paste it over there in Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for the raid, Mr. Rotella. Everybody go check him out. Hilarious, dude. Just don't give him any money. Nah, just give him all kinds of money. We all got to make some money here. Pay the bills, right? Go check out Mr. Rotella. Awesome, dude. Let's see who's all here now that we got to say hello to. Hold on. Cable Guy. What's up, Cable Guy? How's it going? Thank you for coming in with us. Goofy, we got Zero. Ballyho. What's up? Sharon's here. Sharon's here is definitely here. Welcome, Sharon. Hit the like, follow, and go to the dome. You know what? I should... Oh, do you have your Discord link up here? Let me click on one of your videos. Does this show your Discord link? Yeah, it does. Rotella Streams, Dome Merch. Where's your... Oh, here's your Discord. Copy link address. All right, go join the Discord. Here's the Discord for the Dome. I am in their Discord, by the way. All right, enough pushing his buttons. Ballyho. Let's get back to... Oh, wait, we already played Mr. Joe. Nincompoop. He's a nincompoop. Let's see what they're saying here. Oh, yeah, I wanted to play this. Has anybody heard anything about this? These missing scientists are now going dead all of a sudden?
There's a story that caught our attention. We're talking about a number of U.S. scientists, some connected to very sensitive research, who have died or disappeared. Let's break down what we know so far. We're going to start with Carl Grillmar. Carl Grillmar, pictured here, was an astrophysicist at Caltech.
Anybody seen any of this stuff?
He worked on a NASA-supported space telescope project and infrared systems. Now, he was shot and killed at his home just 2 months ago. Then there's Frank Maywald. He was the senior scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, focused on advanced satellite systems, and he died nearly 2 years ago, but his cause of death has never been made public. Meanwhile, Monica Reza also reportedly connected to NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab project. She went missing last summer while hiking in California. No trace. It keeps going. There's William McCaslin, a retired Air Force general. He, too, is missing. He's a former head of Air Force Research Lab and oversaw advanced space and surveillance programs. He's been missing since February. And reports say he once oversaw funding connected to a project that also included Monica Reza. Now, there's more. To New Mexico, Melissa Casais. She has been missing since last summer. She worked at Los Alamos National Lab. She had an administrative role, but reportedly also had security clearances. Just months earlier, she went missing. So too did Anthony Chavez, also connected to Los Alamos, an engineer. He disappeared during a walk. No signs, no answers. And then finally, there's Nuno Loureiro. You remember Nuno Loureiro? He was the MIT researcher focused on nuclear fusion and was shot and killed in his Massachusetts home last December. It was the case of the Brown shooter. It's a separate case with no confirmed links to the others. But here's the key point. Authorities have not connected these cases, but look at the overlap. The same handful of institutions, NASA, Air Force Research, Los Alamos Laboratory. So, could they be connected? Or is this something else entirely?
We got to go watch a YouTube video on this. Should we go to YouTube and watch a video on this? I think we need to look into this.
Caught our attention. We're talking about a number of U.S.
scientists missing. Okay, let's go to YouTube. By the way, fuck YouTube. And let's type in missing scientist. MISSINGSC. I know I don't have to type very good. And I spelled it wrong. 1 day ago. 20 minutes long. Let's do a 20-minute long video here. I'll give you the link if y'all want it. Actually, I'll give you the link right now. I should always do that. Give these guys some credit where credit is due, and I hope they do it for me. Alright, here is the link in Rumble, and here is the link everywhere else. Right? I like his opening. I like the opening. This is cool. I guess I could. Are you trying to tell me to speed it up? Dude, I love the opening. Oh my gosh, this is cool.
UFOs are real, burgeoning, not going away. This is the coming great deception. This is in all media. UFO talk, UAP talk is almost on a daily occurrence. So as your intrepid host, I need to inform you of what is going on. I want to thank some of you that send me information like this so I can stay abreast, because things are happening. It's in all media. It's a global phenomena, and it's not going away. We'll get into this. This is Representative Tim Burkett talking about 6 defense scientists dead or missing in under a year. Internet claims strange deaths linked to secret U.S. aerospace.
Hold on, I got to do. You know, like right now I can't think straight right now, so I got to write this down. We got to get Tim Burchett. I got to get a soundbite of him saying "Dadgummit, dadgummit." Okay, no, I'll understand it. All right, I put that in my notes.
So look, I'm just one guy reporting this, but I'm not a happy camper about it. We'll get into it. First, a word from our very trusted sponsor. Not watch the number move on a screen. I mean, physically held it in your hand.
Go get
That's
his
what I
gold,
love about
whatever,
gold.
blah, blah, blah.
It's real.
Hello.
It's
I'm hitting the skip button.
What they can investments.
Skip.
Skip. And I'm from a deep state. Okay.
By the way, you know what? At the gold prices right now, I'm thinking I got to go find my wedding ring. You know, I'm not gonna ever wear it again. I might as well go take it and sell it for the gold and the diamond that's in it, right?
You know what that's like. This guy appeared out of nowhere, wanted a meeting with me in Dallas. I had a witness with me who was packing, and showed me his badge, and then he threatened me 3 different ways how they could take me out. Isn't that great?
Dude, does anybody remember the movie from like 1984? It was called Starman. I remember watching it as a kid, and the only thing I remember about watching it as a kid is she's teaching the alien how to drive, and the rule was green means go, yellow means go faster, and red means stop. That's the only thing I remember about that movie.
And then Trump got elected, basically all went away. But now what we're seeing here is
play the freaking video.
Same type of skullduggery. So I covered your prayers. Peggy and I covered your prayers. I'm a worm. Without Jesus, I mean,
I pay for diamonds. So.
That's it. It's over. So, I look to the Lord in his strength, certainly not my own. So let's get into this. And
all right, so when I find it, I'm going to go down to Fresno and I'll get it. I'm going to turn it in for the gold. Okay. Now, you guys want to put markers on it or bets on it, friendly bet that, how much I'm going to get for it. So I got married in 2009 and I bought it at the Clovis pawn shop. I'm sure Gavin knows which pawn shop I'm talking about. It's right on Clovis Avenue. Like if you're on Clovis Avenue, it's on the next block, but all it is like a piece of grass there. There's a pawn shop right there. I got it for $60. And that was in 2009. I think that's when I got married. November 24th, 2009. I think. Yeah. Anyways. How much do you guys think I'm going to get for it now? I'll go within the next month and I'll go see how much I get for it.
The reason why we do this, folks, is because it's coming. It's happening. Trump, I believe, will disclose at some point, maybe in May, You know, we had Jamie Walden on, ex-military guy, who was meeting with some of these officials in Congress for like 10 days, he said, I think, in the interview. And he said they'd moved the timetable up from the anniversary of the Roswell event, which would be, I think, 78 years now, right? Or 79 years. They moved
I
that
want to
up
go to Roswell.
from July 7th, 8th, 9th to sometime in May. We'll see. So I'm on this because I've written books on it. We've got my business partner and I, Gil Zimmerman. There are 10 films on the whole UFO phenomena. And by the way, that's the Kumbergaz UFO.
Dude, I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna go try and like just look at Area 51, not get near it, you know, not get arrested near it, but definitely like said hello to by the people in charge over there. And I'll wear my I saw it today. I just took it out of the dryer because it was in my summer clothes. What does it say? I'm on the FBI watch list or something. What does my shirt say? Does anybody remember? I'll go wear that when I go visit Area 51.
There, which I believe is the best UFO footage ever done by the late Dr. Roger Lear.
$1,000, you think, Zero?
And you can watch them all for $50. If you just go to streaming.lamarzulli.net, they're all up there. You can watch all 10 of them. Or you can get the DVDs and watch them there. But you need to arm yourself, folks. This is the coming great deception. Remember, First Timothy chapter 4 warns us. The Spirit expressly states, written 2,000 years ago, the Spirit expressly states that in the latter days some will depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and a doctrine of demons. We're here. We're here. Okay, let me roll the tape and we'll get into this. Here we go.
Roll the tape.
You heard about this, an absolutely wild story at a time when we could be on the verge of some kind of disclosure about alien life and UFOs from the White House. They've said this. 4 people who worked in government programs and knew a whole lot about that topic have either vanished or have been murdered. The first was retired General William Neal McCasland, who had ties to UFO programs in the government. He disappeared suddenly from his home in New Mexico in February. He left his phone, his glasses, and his watch at home. He also worked at an Air Force base that reportedly held the debris from the Roswell, New Mexico crash.
What does that have to do with anything? He disappeared. But, oh, well, he left his phone, he left his watch, he left his... Who cares about that stuff? Stop fluffing the content. Just give it to us straight.
1940s.
Fluffers.
Let me stop right there. So see the way they're rolling this out?
What's up, Ronnie? Go check out the dome.
Allegedly,
where Ronnie
he worked at an Air Force
it
base. More than likely,
night,
Wright Pat. More than likely, Wright Patterson. But, you know, who knows? I think it's Wright Pat. And they had the debris from the Roswell crash. Stuff. I mean, how many times do we have to hear this? How many in our film, our TED Box DVD set, we sat down with Jim and Carolyn Rankin. Jim passed away just a couple of months ago. And both of them were on camera saying that this particular guy, that they were in,
go for it,
last stages of taking care of him before he passed on. And, this Colonel Hill knew what he was talking about.
We all love Dome After
And he
Dark.
said right on the record that the Roswell event was real. He was flown in to try to communicate with one of the alien bodies that were still alive.
Hey, Ronnie, if you can talk about it, how did it go today or over the last couple of days that you've been helping out your local political party? How did it go? You got any dirt to give us?
Oh, the crash site is real. I have personally talked to too many people who were either eyewitnesses or secondhand witnesses. So let's continue. What's alarming is people are missing. Here we go.
Then it was Monica Reza, a former NASA engineer who worked directly under General McCasland on advanced propulsion engines. She vanished while hiking in California last June with friends who say they have no idea what happened. Then it was Nuro Larejo, the director of plasma science at MIT. He was murdered in his home in Boston in December.
Sharon's
and then it was
here.
Carl Grillmar,
We
a
love
Caltech astrophysicist who discovered water on another planet where there may have been life. Carl was murdered randomly in his home.
All right, we got to pause it. So I know there's some people in here that need some prayers, right? Well, this is a great time to do it. We got a lot of people in here. So if they want to say who they are, they can say it. or anybody can say, hey, I'm having a bad day or whatever. And just say, hey, you know what? Yeah, just raise your hand or raise your hand if you're sure. No. But if you need a prayer for you guys, I'm not good at saying prayers, but you can say yes. And you don't have to tell us why. But as gossip like I am, I'd love to hear why. Just joking, just joking, just joking. But just say, hey, I need a prayer. And so then everybody can see your name and then they can put you in the prayers. You know, just throwing it out there. What's Gavin saying? Dome After Dark. You're more than welcome to join my campaign team for 2020. Okay, I'm sorry, but that was funny, Gavin. That was funny.
This month, our next guest says this was not a coincidence.
Everybody's thinking it's
okay.
UFO, but he had some nuclear secrets. There's just too many of them disappearing, Benny. I'm just like nothing.
Ronnie, how about this? I don't know if this is what you're talking about, but I'll make you feel better. I'll make you laugh. I'll make you feel better. At least you didn't get a DUI when you were running for county supervisor. And I'll show you why. I see do it right here. All I gotta do is type Eddie Block. I'm gonna make a lot of people feel better, and a lot of people maybe get mad at me. I've made a mistake. I learned my lesson. I don't drive anymore if I'm not feeling well. Just type Madeira. Just Eddie Block and Madeira. That's all you gotta type, and the first thing comes up is me with a bloody face because of I was wrong. But normally they put up my DUI, but now they're putting up the Capitol Siege. FBI searches Madeira Proud Boy's home. Here it is. I'm gonna be nice and show you guys the picture. There you go. You can all make fun of me. I was a dumbass. I learned my lesson. Oh wait, you gotta watch a commercial first. Is there no skip? Can you not skip the commercial? Come on, ABC. Come on. Come on. Don't you guys miss it when you could just skip the commercials? Dude, now you got to pay for this stuff. Oh, look, there's one of my signs. There's one of my signs. Eddie Block for Madera County Supervisor. There's one of my signs. I'm not going to turn the sound on. My next door neighbor, Angel, he actually took these signs and he used it as, he built like a thing where he used them because they're plastic, right? You know, so they last forever. So he uses my signs as the cover for like his porch. So if you ever fly a drone over my neighbor's house, it says, is these picture right here, Eddie Block for Madera County Supervisor. Oh, Angel passed away. Too bad. He was a cool dude. What is this? I hit a mailbox. You know, I hit a mailbox. I apologized. My insurance paid for everything. Dude, they probably made a ton of money. They probably made a ton of money. So there you go, Ronnie. I drank too much one time, too. Dude, where were we on here? Oh, we were watching that thing on YouTube. Missing Scientist. Hope that makes you feel better. Y'all can laugh at my expense.
In this town or around this town.
Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett is joining us. He's also a member of the Oversight and Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, good to see you. What do you think's going on here?
Oh, well, that's better.
Well, I don't know exactly. I just know there are no coincidences in this town. These folks have disappeared or died mysteriously, and there's only thing that ties them together is the fact that they work on things that are dealing with outer space, whether it's UFOs or nuclear secrets or missiles or what have you.
What the heck is going on with this video?
We need full disclosure. You know, when I'm in
Wait
a
a minute,
meeting,
wait a minute.
in a closed door meeting, and
Dude, that's AI. Dude, let's go back. Tell me this isn't AI. I can understand having bad internet, but look at his face. Right here, it looks like that looks cartoonish. Tell me it doesn't look cartoonish. I'm gonna slow this down because you see it changing. I'm gonna slow it down. We gotta watch this. I know Eddie's a jerk because he went to film class. I know. I don't care. We're gonna watch this.
Sure. Nuclear secrets.
See, look. As soon as it started doing this stuff. Oh wait, who they're sending it to? Chauncey Green and Gil Zimmerman. Your uploads have been removed from your profile. I wonder what this is all about. Anyways, but watch him. It looks cartoonish.
Or missiles or what?
See, look, doesn't that look cartoonish? That doesn't look like him. This looks to be AI. Tell me I'm wrong. He's a dadgum robot. But look, dude, doesn't that look like cartoonish? That doesn't look like him. Tell me I'm wrong.
Hey, but I think we...
See, it's a cartoon. This is total AI. He's got a terrible camera, Zero. This is AI.
We need full disclosure. When I'm in a meeting...
Watch, and right away they go to
closed
they took him off the big screen because they didn't want you to notice it's AI. Here's my conspiracy theory stuff for the night. All right? There you go. Make fun of me all you like. I'm calling it. One time speed. Okay, we're back to normal speed.
We're meeting and I asked about the president.
Dude, look at how crazy that looks. I don't know.
Points on these, and then I'm told by some arrogant, unelected bureaucrat that the president is on a need-to-know basis. I think that says everything it needs to be said about what's going on. I think there's an arrogance. There's an underlying. I talked to the president
What's
about
up,
this.
Overtaxed Minnesota?
Layers of the onion, Mr. President.
Let me stop you right there. And this is problematic. When I was contacted by that guy by the guy from the deep state, you know what he told me? He took me to school. And I'll never forget it. He told me, LA, we don't care who's elected. We don't care who's in the White House. They're there for 4 years, 8 years. We've been here for decades. And this is where the black ops come in.
Part of
this
Minnesota.
Is where the money, who knows where it goes? Your tax dollars, my tax dollars, right? Goes to these entities, just like Burkett said. Some little, punk, arrogant bureaucrat who's not an elected official is saying, well, the president, to need to know, and the president doesn't have any need to.
Well, dude, last time I went, I have one left. So last time I went to my local store. They had giveaways, so they gave me, it's called Pro Tab 100 Professional Strength Indica, designed to relax your body, 1 THC tablet. This is the indica one. So I didn't take this one. I actually took the sativa one, which is supposed to wake you up. So I'm probably going to go all night long tonight, just so you know. And that's what she said. So yeah, I may be a little bit funny for the next couple of hours. Huh, Panda Bear? Huh, sweetheart? And you might see me binge eat.
How many times have we heard this? I wrote about it.
What's up?
What is it? 20, almost 30 years ago. Nephilim trilogy.
Mogadishu.
it's a fictional account, and basically, said the same exact thing. National security. You don't need to know. There it is. That umbrella that covers everything. So Burkett. Look, the bottom line is this: we have no idea what's going on. None. And isn't it interesting? And I've been talking about this for months. John Adam put a couple of clips of me saying Donald Trump needs to do an executive order and go in there with the best of the best, to go to Area 51, go to Right Pat, open the thing up and see what's in there. Take congressmen, congresswomen, go in there with film crews. American people of the world have a right to know what's going on. But all this has been kept under wraps. I'm going to show you something. And I've done this numerous times before. This is July 8th. So July 7th is when Marcel and others view the craft. RAAF captures flying saucer in Roswell region. The next day, July 9th, General Ramey, excitement not justified. It's just a weather balloon. And that story has been told over and over and over again. We were out in the debris field.
I'm lost on that one.
My business partner, Gil Zimmerman, Jim Peterson, Chuck Sikowski, Frank Kembler. We found a piece of the metal. We've had it tested. It's in between two known aluminum alloys.
Hey, Ronnie,
it needs more testing.
Type in your
We're looking
link
for a lab
to your
in Los
stream
Angeles
chat, please.
that can run a current through the metal and maybe do some other testing to see if there's other anomalous properties in it, but we don't know. So if you can hook me up with that, la@lamarzulli.net, that would be greatly appreciated. So, the bottom line is something's going on. I would call it pushback. Luis Elizondo, whistleblower, has also stated lots of pushback. So let's continue.
But you don't want to be
There's
related
another
to
one
this
underneath.
show?
You put your top people in.
I'm telling you,
and
this
it's
AI.
just too much to clear out in 4 years.
AI.
And it's just, we've got a real problem, I think, in this area. And I think
Frickin' AI.
you've got some arrogance. When I sit in a meeting and some little punk with a man bun is sort of running the show and proud, decorated military officers in the meeting there that are basically unallowed to say anything, and you can read their faces for what's going on.
Well, General McCaslin, he was not a minor player at Wright-Patterson.
Okay, even if you say, well, that's just his slow internet, right? Y'all are saying he's about to it's the internet, right? Have you once heard him say dadgummit? I haven't heard dadgum out of him the whole entire time. That's another reason why it's got to be fake.
Air Force Base. He was there for more than 25 years.
Okay, stop right there. He's at Wright Pat. So this guy's got to know what's there. I'm just saying, this conjecture on my part. I don't know whether, McCallison was privy, but he's a general.
Oh, man, Ronnie,
in my opinion,
hope that don't happen.
This is why he was taken out.
That's not going to happen.
Maybe he was getting ready to go public. I don't know. Whistleblower. And this is really problematic. And we've heard this numerous times that the bodies from the Roswell crash, along with the debris, were flown where? Right, Pat. Let's continue.
At one point, he was the top guy at that base.
Do I need to send Donnie over to visit
His family has no idea what happened. Do you think the cases are connected, or do you think this is just some absolutely wild coincidence? Because all four of these people are also connected in some way.
Yeah, I think some of them could be a domestic issue, but I think
no
overall,
judging.
I think there is a connection there. Because I'm doing it also it's trails anywhere everybody know.
I don't want to hear any
it'll
judging.
come out, and it gives enough time for the trail to go. It's like when a kid in Washington D.C. gets they find him dead, and they claim that he was mugged. He had his watch and wallet, and he's got cash on him or not taken.
Dude, I got a whole roll
but
of
that's
napkins
just the
around
story that's put out, and that's what we believe.
He's talking about the Seth Rich murder, which is we never got to the bottom of it. And Seth Rich was a whistleblower. This is during the Clinton campaign. This is a long time ago.
That's
and
sour.
he just winds up dead. And Burkett, Representative Burkett is sticking his neck
Is it
out
Burkett
here.
or
Literally.
Burchett?
He's going up against the status quo. So let's continue.
I do not believe this is by coincidence.
And people just do not disappear. And the connections between all Floriditis people.
Well,
not in this day and age. Nope. Yeah. So you got to have some real inside type of operation.
Okay, I want to play you a sound by former colleague of yours, Matt Gaetz, making some
I kind of
pretty shocking statements yesterday about aliens.
Should I be weird doing the ballyho for you guys over on this channel, since that's Mr. Rotella's? I don't know. We'll see.
Take a look.
I had someone come and brief me who was in a military uniform, worked for the United States Army, that was briefing me on the locations of hybrid breeding programs where captured aliens were breeding with humans to create some hybrid race that could engage in intergalactic communication. Aliens that were living were in forced breeding programs with humans that had been abducted from war zones and from even the caravans of migrants.
Let me stop it right there. We did a show on this I believe it's aired. Stolen Seed Evil Harvest with Karen Wilkinson.
Hey,
You
don't
need
forget
watch
to
that
check
show.
out my book.
It's aired this week. And again,
You can buy it on the internet
offering
for
the
only
book
so much money.
for $19.99.
Well, it's $19.99.
And you get free Runs of Disclosure.
Oh, so really I'm selling
we're
one
doing
for
our part here,
$9.99,
folks.
the other one for $9.99.
I'm on it. I'm definitely on it. And again, I want to thank those of you, Mark Kahn, for instance, Matt Freeman. These two guys send me stuff all the time. Karen Wilkinson sends me stuff, and others. So let's continue.
So you just got paid for each name you said right there, right? Look, you know, whenever they say, hey, look, I'm going to sell you this book for $19.99, I'm going to give you this one for free. Dude, they only wanted $9.99 a book in the first place. Okay? It's all the trick to make you think you're getting a deal. When I was married, my wife had a thrift store. I would go out and we'd go online. We'd take, we'd buy storage units online because we weren't a charity, so we didn't get the to take in free stuff. People could donate it, but they wouldn't get tax credit for it. It would just be them donating, right? And the big thrift store in town had this thing to where every Monday and every Thursday, it was half price day. And because they were doing it, every other thrift store had to do it. So every Monday and Thursday, we had half price day. So what we decided to do is, I'd ask her, okay, how much do you want for this? And I want $1 for that, like a pair of jeans or something. I said, okay, we're going to put $1.99 on there. And she's like, but that's double what I really want for it. I said, exactly. So that way, when they come in for half price day, they're not really getting half price. They're just paying what I actually wanted to get paid for it in the first place. And that was a marketing way of doing it. And I've learned my lesson, because we had our thrift store didn't make it for many reasons. So I go into Salvation Army. What they do is something comes out, and everything this week gets like a green tag. And then next week, everything gets a white tag and then a red tag. And there's either 4 or 5 tags, colors. And then every week, a tag is 50% off. Well, what it is they're giving it 5 weeks on the shelf. And if it didn't sell at full price after 5 weeks, they knock it down to half price just to get rid of it. Make sense?
We'll get Tim Burkett's take on what Matt Gaetz has said.
That way they think we're always getting a deal.
I don't have the tinfoil hat on just yet. I do, Sven, but I'm wondering, kind of how you react to that, because you are connected. You're on the UFO subcommittee. I mean, I'm just wondering what you make of that. Have you heard anything like that?
Well, I'm still a member of Congress, so I can't really comment too much on what Matt said. But
it's weird that he says it that way, because even if he wasn't a member of Congress, he still couldn't say it, right?
He'll say this.
Wait, seriously? Are you being serious, or is that
I'm being 100% serious? I've been 100% serious. I've been briefed by just about every alphabet agency there is. And I just take this. If they would release the things that I've seen, you would stay up. You'd be up at night worrying about or thinking about this stuff.
Let me stop right there, because Anna Paulina Luna said exactly the same thing, almost verbatim, and they're both from the same.
Hey, by the way, over there, at any of your guys' other streams, have you been getting raided by Nazis? Seems like the last couple of days I've been getting raided by Nazis, and unfortunately, I like to give people their freedom of speech, but I just eventually had to block them, and then next thing you know, more of them are coming in, and I had to block them, and I'm like, actually, you're giving me, you're raising my numbers up for Rumble, so thank you.
Together, by the way, and so they've seen stuff. It's there. It's there. It's coming. This is the Great Deception. Trust me, it's coming. I've been banging this drum for decades, 30 years, mostly on deaf ears. And even now, I'm risking a lot by doing this. Every single day I'm on it like white on rice. We covered your prayers. We really do. And yet, for the most part, church doesn't want to hear about it. Okay, let's continue.
Just need to disclose it all. I'm sick of it. Well,
strong.
I was brief. I'll just tell you this. I was brief last week on an issue, or excuse me, 2 weeks ago. And it would have set the earth on it. This country would have come out of the blue, I think, if they would have heard all that I heard.
I'm
they
coming
would demand
unglued
answers,
just hearing this.
and they knew, and we need to. But it's never going to get. Unfortunately, it just keeps getting covered up, and the people that know are dying or disappearing, as the case may be. And for the record, I'm not suicidal, and I don't take risks.
I'm glad you said that.
So once again, and folks, I'm not suicidal, okay? And I don't take unnecessary risks. I'm just a little guy, I've got
suicidal.
some DVDs and videos, and I've been banging this drum for decades. This is the coming great deception. There's no doubt about it. It's coming. It's unraveling, and we'll see where it goes.
Wow, that was good.
Let's continue, and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay, hold on. So, when I heard the suicidal, this is how bad I am. You guys want to laugh, and I'm going to get in trouble for YouTube for playing this. But when I heard him say that suicidal, I was like, suicidal? And you'll hear, you can't really hear it in my voice. But you're going to, this music video is going to make y'all laugh.
And we're here to rock. Rhymes like ours could never be stopped. See, it's 3 of us, and I know we're fresh. Party rockers, non-stoppers, and our names are
I'm in trouble on Facebook too, though.
The other for jamming. The F is for fresh, A-N-D, deaf. Behind the turntables is DJ.
Just hurry up and say it.
Mixing and scratching is the name of the game. Now here's a little something
Come on, just say it.
It's not real hard, it's plain and simple, baby D.
Are they finally going to get to the good part?
Supersonic.
There we go.
Supersonic. Supersonic motivating rock.
Okay, I already played enough to get myself in trouble on YouTube and all that stuff. But anyways, that's what I heard when they said suicidal. I don't know. I know it's wrong.
I'm speechless, Congressman.
We should be. You should be.
speechless.
Trust the president. Release it all. And the problem is the people that are around the president don't know and the president doesn't know the questions to ask. A few of us are going to have to get with the president and tell him what he needs to ask and where he needs to look. I mean, we're in meetings and they have addresses and locations of items, I'll just say. And the public has a right to know that. I mean, it's your tax dollars.
Oh, there's a dadgummit.
We got
the
my
dadgummit.
attention, Congressman. I appreciate you being as forthcoming
We got our
as you have been
dadgummit.
tonight. And we look forward to having you back. Look, I know Donald Trump wants to disclose something. He hasn't done it yet, but I think he wants to be the president to do that. Tim Burchett,
he does. Yeah, he does. Thank you, brother.
So there you go. And I just want to thank, Tim Burkett for coming on the record, not with me, but with, Newsmax and look.
Oh my gosh, now I'm hearing.
Let me just wrap this up. When disclosure happens, how does that affect you? What does that do to your Christian faith? Does it slam it down? Maybe Jesus was an extraterrestrial. That's what they'll say. It's going to shake everything.
Have you guys heard that before? Have you heard them coming at it like that?
You create a one world religious system and a one world government. We just talked about in the book of Revelation and elsewhere. This is how you do it.
Okay, church
This is how you do it. Let that sink in. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for watching. I'll be back.
Have you ever heard anybody tell you that? That Jesus was an alien? Jesus is the Son of God. But I thought he's the Son of God, but also God. I don't know, maybe I'm just an idiot, maybe spending every single minute at Catholic school as a kid. I just maybe don't want to hear religion in my head all the time. Maybe. I forgot. Almost everything they taught me in Catholic school, I forgot. The biggest things I remember is if you murder, if you do this, you're going to go to hell. If you cheat on your wife, you're going to go to hell. If you lie to your mom. Just lie, right? What else? If you steal, you're gonna go to hell. Murder, you're gonna, all that stuff, right? But then it's all good because then on Monday, you go in the little booth and you go to Father Fitzgerald and say, Father Fitzgerald, I did this over the weekend. I cheated on my wife. Oh, my son, okay, your penance, you got to do 5 Hail Marys. So you walk out there and you go and you get down on the bench and you do your 5 Hail Marys and you're like, all right, I'm good. I'm good. That's what I remember about Catholic school. You can do whatever you want. Then you can just come over here, tell Father Fitzgerald or Monsignor McGrath, yeah, and you'll be all good. Right? Just do your little penance.
Tomorrow.
That's what I remember from Catholic school.
Death comes for us all today.
That's what I remember from Catholic school. What else? Catholic school. Oh man, the most embarrassing day was because I'm short. And I'm doing Latin Mass. It was a Saturday because that's when we had Sunday and Saturday could have been. So I am the one that has to put the Bible up on top. So I walk over there and I can't see what I'm doing because I'm so short. And I just kind of push it on there and then I push it some more. And I pushed the Bible all the way over the altar and it just went on the other side. It went kapow. I probably said, oh shit, in church. Yeah, that was embarrassing. Oh my goodness. So embarrassing. But I get away with the cripple. I use the cripple card. And it was all good. Yeah, that was me in Catholic school. All right, let's see somebody else talking about this. Is anybody else? 11 missing scientists. How long? This is from 4 months ago. It's another one. Let's see.
Jacobo Grinberg Zilbersteis Zilberbaum was a Mexican neurophysiologist who studied the science of the magical.
Okay, we're going down a rabbit hole.
In the 1990s, he was researching shamanistic powers,
I'm only 5'3",
and
Ronnie.
consciousness at his lab in Mexico City. Grinberg developed a synergy theory, suggesting that the human mind projects reality, essentially that we live in a kind of holographic matrix created by consciousness. He authored over 50 books on brain and mysticism, trying to bridge science and the paranormal. But just days before his 48th birthday in 1994, Grinberg vanished without a trace.
Okay, we gotta read what Goofy said here. Eddie, let me zoom it in. I just read the Bible in context. Never let anyone use one script to make a point. Make them read the whole entire chapter. Ah. Interesting.
No body, no evidence. He simply never came home. His disappearance has spawned myriad theories. Some say he knew too much and was kidnapped by intelligence agents or silenced by those uneasy with his findings. Others whisper that perhaps through his deep meditation, he slipped into another dimension or was even abducted by extraterrestrials. In the absence of proof, Jacobo Grinberg's fate remains an enigma.
How much you guys want to bet I'm gonna get this pretty soon?
You need to end the stream, Eddie.
Right?
Shut up, Eddie.
Why? You know you're gonna say it.
You need to end the stream, Eddie.
Hope thinks she should get paid for me using her all the time. Oh wait, hold on. Graw's favorite.
Instant gratification.
Is this brilliant scientist ventured far into the...
By the way, I am getting my new scooter. It's coming fast. It's coming tomorrow. And unfortunately, the VA said the only way I could buy my new scooter would be I'd have to do it through insurance. So I'd have to find a company that will use my insurance to get the scooter. And so it's going to take like months. So I'm like, F it. So I'm not going to get paid back by the VA for the scooter. But the good news is, in like a couple months, I think in 2027, I'm allowed to get a new one because I get one every 5 years. In 2027, I can just get a new one. So I'll have a backup. So it'll work out in the long run, I guess.
Edges of reality, and may have paid the ultimate price for discovering too much. Ettore Majorana was an Italian theoretical physicist of nearly mythical brilliance. Enrico Fermi compared him to Galileo and Newton. Majorana contributed to
Isn't there a
atomic theory.
song
Majorana
or a group
fermions are
called
named after him.
Galileo?
And in the 1930s, he intuited the potential of nuclear fission. But in March 1938, at age 31, he vanished while traveling by ship from Palermo to Naples. Majorana's body was never found.
By the way, did I say recently that I'm going to be on Faith, Family, and Politics, aka Revolver Broadcasting, on Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern, where they're doing like a Joe Rogan type show? I got to be on there for 3 hours. So I still don't know if I'm going to take a little bit of my fun stuff we got here before I go on the show or not. Because I got to be pretty good because it's a religion channel. But we'll see. We'll see.
Disappearance on the eve of World War II remains unsolved. Colleagues suggested he may have feared the destructive power of his own discoveries. One hypothesis is that Majorana foresaw nuclear weapons and deliberately disappeared to avoid being complicit.
Oh, dude,
Indeed,
that's... All right, you know, because you got to get the benefit of me tonight. I got a good story and a bad story on that. So I was only a foreman at the time, and we all had to work closer to where I was, and so a couple of the guys stayed at my apartment with me. Well, we decided to go to the bar the night before, and we drank until the bar closed around 1:45. They say it's 2, but it's 1:45. Then we took these girls back to our house and drank at my house until like 6 o'clock in the morning. And we had to be at work at 6:30. So it's like the middle of summer. We're in Fremont, working right out the 880. And it's Fremont, it was, we built I forget what the hotel was. So I show up and my boss is like, gee, it smells like you guys had a good time. So my boss said, well, that's a good thing for you two that some idiot put all the handicapped toilets on one floor. So each floor, and it had 14 floors, so each floor had to get 2 sets of toilets swapped out. And he says, and you two are going to do it. It was like our punishment. So we start to walk towards the elevator with the toilet, on our shoulder. And our boss is like, the elevator's not working for you guys today. So he made us walk up in 100-degree weather, up and down all 14 flights, or 7 flights, I forget which it was. Yeah, that sucked. But there's another time when I showed up to work, and my boss says, thank you for coming to work. And I was like, well, what do you mean? That's what you pay me to do. He's like, I'd rather you come to work drunk than to not show up for work. so,
some of his friends later claimed Majorana wanted to disappear because he foresaw that nuclear forces would lead to nuclear explosives, and he wanted no part of it.
Dude, the dogs
Other
want their
theories
dinner.
range from kidnapping or murder to a secret life in a monastery. Decades later, Italian authorities even investigated claims he lived anonymously in South America, but nothing was confirmed. Majorana's vanishing act suggests a genius who might have literally removed himself from the world, rather than let his knowledge be used for destruction. Louis Le Prince. Louis Le Prince was a 19th century inventor known as the forgotten father of film. In 1888, he filmed the Roundhay Garden scene, arguably the world's first motion picture, predating Thomas Edison's work. But in September 1890, just before he was to publicly debut his motion picture camera, Le Prince mysteriously vanished from a train en route from Dijon to Paris. No body or luggage was ever found. His disappearance meant he never secured patents in time, and competitors like Edison and the Lumiere brothers took the spotlight in cinema's invention. Over the years, theories have flourished. One popular theory accuses Thomas Edison of orchestrating Le Prince's fate to eliminate a rival. Edison was notoriously aggressive about patenting inventions, and Le Prince's innovations could have undercut Edison's dominance. Other theories suggest Le Prince's family disputes or industrial espionage led to foul play. With no evidence, rumors even arose that Le Prince chose to disappear voluntarily due to financial troubles, but most who knew him dismissed that. To this day, Le Prince's case remains an eerie whodunit of early technology. A brilliant inventor literally disappears, and soon after, others reap the rewards of the discovery he knew too much about. Rudolf Diesel. Rudolf Diesel, genius engineer and inventor of the diesel engine, met a mysterious fate at sea. In September 1913, Diesel boarded a steamship from Belgium to England, but he never arrived. He was seen dining and turning into his cabin one night. By morning, he was gone. Days later, fishermen found a body floating in the North Sea, badly decomposed and identified by personal items as likely Diesel's. Whether it was suicide, accident, or assassination is still debated. Diesel's engine was a revolutionary design that could run on heavy oil or even vegetable oil, threatening the dominance of coal and early gasoline engines. This has fueled suspicions that Diesel discovered too much and became a target. Some believe powerful oil interests or industrialists had him killed to protect their empires. His invention could have upended the lucrative oil-based fuel industry, and indeed the diesel engine later became crucial for ships and submarines. Others speculated rival nation spies eliminated him to slow down naval innovations. Diesel also faced financial pressures, so skeptics note he might have taken his own life. But the absence of a clear cause means conspiracy theories endure. Did Rudolf Diesel drown by misfortune? Or was the creator of a world-changing engine silenced before he could transform global power? The truth sank with him. Vladimir Alexandrov. In 1985, Soviet physicist Vladimir Alexandrov vanished during a trip to Madrid in a disappearance straight out of Cold War intrigue. Alexandrov was no ordinary scientist. He pioneered the first computer model of nuclear winter, showing how a nuclear war could shroud the Earth in sun-blocking smoke. His work woke the world up to the climate catastrophe of all-out nuclear conflict. Then, while attending a conference in Spain, Alexandrov...
All right, I gotta pause for a second. If you're ever looking for a floor lamp, don't buy the one on Amazon that's like 19 bucks, because you look at it wrong and this thing will fall over. Just saying.
Walked out of his hotel one evening and was never seen again.
I forgot to
Western
get water.
observers wondered if he defected or was kidnapped. In fact, a gripping theory holds that Alexandrov was disappeared by the KGB because he planned to blow the whistle on his own theory. Some suspect the Kremlin had politicized the nuclear winter concept, allegedly using it to spur anti-nuclear protests in the West. And Alexandrov might have intended to reveal flaws or exaggerations in the theory. According to this conspiracy, Soviet agents kidnapped him to keep him quiet.
Or what if, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they just put him in like some secure jail, right? And just have like their stunt double. Put in the stunt double now. Right? Like they say they have what do you call them? Tall Biden and small Biden or whatever. Was it tall Biden? They're saying, that's his alter ego.
Spurs blame the CIA or
Whatever you
say
call
he
it.
went into hiding on his own. Over 3 decades later, Alexandrov's fate remains unknown.
He looks suspect.
If he is alive, he's never resurfaced. His case is a chilling example of a scientist who may have uncovered inconvenient truths in geopolitics and paid the price by vanishing into thin air. Boris Weisfeiler. Boris Weisfeiler was a Soviet-born American mathematician who
German
disappeared
with
in
that name.
1985 while hiking in remote Chile. An accomplished number theorist at Penn State, Weisfeiler had the misfortune of exploring near Colonia Dignidad, a secretive German cult compound linked to the Pinochet regime. Chilean officials initially claimed Boris probably drowned in a river. His backpack was found on the banks. But documents declassified years later suggest a darker story. Weisfeiler may have been abducted and murdered by Chilean authorities who mistook him for a spy. In 2000, evidence emerged indicating Chile's security forces, possibly with Colonia Dignidad's involvement, detained Weisfeiler. 8
Isn't that
former officers
where they
were
all
even
went
charged in
afterwards, or
relation
was
to
it
his
Brazil?
case, though a judge later dropped it due to statute of limitations. Rumors hold that Boris might have seen something he shouldn't. Colonia Dignidad was notorious for human rights abuses and weapons
Wait a
trafficking.
minute, wait a minute.
U.S. intelligence report
Wait a minute.
alleged he was...
Dignidad? I saw somebody calling that the law where they're trying to give amnesty to all illegal aliens or whatever. Yeah, isn't that what it is? Dignidad? Isn't that what they were saying? Calling
is
it?
that Weisfeiler's mathematical genius was no defense against political paranoia. His hike intersected with a Cold War-era conspiracy, leading to a real-life mystery.
You don't think so,
To this
Goofy?
day, Boris Weisweiler is still listed as missing,
Weisweiler.
a victim possibly of discovering too much behind the wrong closed doors. Dor Bahadur Bista. Dor Bahadur Bista, Nepal's most prominent anthropologist, vanished in 1995 after making powerful enemies at home.
What's an anthropologist again? That's like just anthropology. Is that where? No, I'm thinking of philanthropist. What the heck did I just call it? Anthropology. Anthropologist. Anthropologist. I think. The study of human origin, behavior, their culture, and evolution across past and present societies. So cultural would study the living culture, structures, beliefs. Archaeologists examine past cultures through material remains. Biological, physical anthropologists study human evolution, their genetics, and their primate behavior. Linguistic is the role of social life and cultural change. See, hearing linguistic, I would have thought it meant language. I guess I'm wrong. Forensic, so they apply skeletal analysis to legal. Interesting. Okay, we'll go back. Eddie, just play the frickin' video, Eddie. That would be hope.
Bista was revered as the father
Shut
of
up, Eddie.
Nepalese anthropology
Shut
for
up, Eddie.
documenting caste injustices and advocating for marginalized communities. His groundbreaking book, Fatalism and
Ronnie,
Development,
where
criticized
are you?
Nepal's
They're
hierarchical
asking
social
for you
system,
in the
essentially telling uncomfortable truths to the nation's
What's up,
elites.
handsome?
In the weeks before he went missing, Bista confided to friends that he was receiving threats and felt his life was in danger due to the backlash against his book. He even considered fleeing Nepal for safety.
Dude, if you haven't gotten death threats yet, then you're not doing something right. Just saying.
He was last seen boarding a bus in Kathmandu
You can borrow some of
and
mine.
never seen again. No
Against me,
body or
I'm saying,
clues have
against me.
surfaced. Given his habit of solo field treks, authorities floated that he might have had an accident in some remote mountain, but many suspect foul play. Did someone Bista anger decide to make him disappear? His critiques
Unalive.
of upper
You gotta
caste
say unalive,
dominance
dude.
did not sit well with those in power. It's widely believed that elements of the elite or a vengeful person
Oh my gosh, if my
silenced
stepdad's
him.
watching this.
As one colleague noted, it's unlikely
hear the
Bista would
conversation in
purposely
the morning
vanish
now.
while at the height of his career helping his country. Thus, the leading theory is that Bista was eliminated for discovering and publicizing too much about Nepal's social
there you
ills,
go, Zero.
a casualty of the very progress and truth he sought. Hans Kammler. Hans Kammler was a Nazi SS general and engineer privy to Hitler's most secret weapons projects.
Goofy, what is
In
monkey toes?
1945, as the Third Reich collapsed,
What is
Kammler's
that?
fate took an enigmatic turn. Officially, Nazi reports claimed Kammler committed suicide
Are you
on
even
May
allowed to say
9th,
that word on YouTube?
1945 in Czechoslovakia.
Hey,
But
YouTube,
intriguingly,
they're playing it,
no
not
body
me.
or death evidence was ever found, and Kammler had been in charge of game-changing technology, including the V-2 rockets and possibly the mysterious Die Glock Bell project. This has led to a trove of conspiracy theories that
This
Kammler
is so
wasn't dead
AI
at all.
voice.
Recently uncovered documents and witness accounts suggest Kammler surrendered to the Americans and traded his scientific
Dude,
secrets
I love
for a
watching
new identity.
documentaries.
According to the book The Hidden Nazi, U.S. authorities allegedly struck a deal. Kammler would hand over rocket designs and knowledge that the Soviets desperately wanted, and in exchange...
So, little more you know, just in case you don't know this. So, it's unfortunate, but before these people, the N people were around, we're still on Facebook and YouTube, so I gotta be careful what I say. Before they were even around, that symbol that they use actually was like, I think it was Buddhist, and it meant go in God or something, be good or something like that. I learned that actually at an Elks convention. Hold on, let me see if we can look this up. Symbol. Buddhist. Am I gonna be able to spell Buddhist right? Let's see. I think it was a Buddhist, wasn't it? It's an ancient sacred symbol in Buddhism, Hinduism, and Jainism, representing peace, good fortune, and prosperity. with roots dating back thousands of years before that party came around. While used in the millennia, it was hijacked by the N-word and transformed into an emblem of hate, creating sharp contrast to the meaning. So, yeah, it used to be something good. And unfortunately, somebody started using that name, that slogan, or that sign, and so it made it all bad.
Americans erased his past. In this scenario, Kamler's death was faked, and he was quietly whisked into hiding, perhaps to work on U.S. black projects during the Cold War. It sounds like a spy thriller, but historians note Kamler had bargaining chips. He outranked Werner von Braun in the rocket program, and the chaotic end of Oblivious provided cover for many secrets. Whether he died by his own hand or lived out his days under an alias, Kamler's disappearance ensured he never stood trial. It's quite plausible this most diabolical Nazi scientist vanished because he knew too much, and someone decided that knowledge was worth more than justice. Fulcanelli, one of the strangest cases of a missing scientist, involves Fulcanelli, a shadowy French alchemist of the 1920s, whose very identity remains mysterious.
Okay, there we go. What do you guys think about that comment? That it's better to get knowledge for somebody and not punish them, instead of punishing them and not getting the knowledge. What do you think is more important, the knowledge or the punishment? And now, I would say probably the knowledge would be better, but if it just happened to be me or one of my friends that person did, then I'd be like, oh no, the punishment. If it was somebody I knew that you hurt, it would be punishment right away. But if it wasn't somebody I knew, I think I would hate to say that. I'd probably go with the knowledge would be better.
He was an esoteric scholar who allegedly achieved astounding feats. Witnesses claim he performed the legendary transmutation of base metals into gold, and even turned silver into uranium in 1937. Shortly after that 1937 experiment, Fulcanelli disappeared completely. Then comes the truly spooky.
I was just trying to say it without getting in trouble because we're on YouTube and Facebook.
Fulcanelli apparently knew about nuclear fission before mainstream scientists. In June 1937, a young chemist named Jacques Bergier reported that Fulcanelli met him and warned that atomic bombs were feasible, describing how a few grains of metal could destroy a city, and that alchemists had known this secret for ages. This was 8 years before Hiroshima. Fast forward to 1940.
Well, and I've heard different stories. Some people say we're probably 30 years behind what we're seeing right now was invented 30 years ago. And that's how far behind we are. And then there's other people saying it's more like 50 years. So the new technologies we're seeing today have actually been developed 50 years ago. I mean, let's be real here. We know they're not just, let's make it today and tell everybody about it tomorrow. We know that. They're not Eddie Block. They're not like me who likes to tell everybody everything.
5. After Paris is liberated in Oblivious, Allied intelligence agents searched urgently for Fulcanelli, thinking he might have knowledge vital to the atomic race. But he was nowhere to be found. According to one account, U.S. Army intelligence asked every contact if they could locate Fulcanelli, without success.
Fulcanelli?
He had simply vanished into myth. Some believe Fulcanelli lived on under a new identity. One student swore he met him in 1953, greatly aged.
I forgot what I said.
Others say he ascended to some higher plane. In any case, this alchemist's disappearance right as nuclear science emerged has led to speculation that he discovered too much, unlocking secrets of matter and energy that made him either a target or a transcendental being. Fulcanelli's case blurs the line between science and the occult, leaving us to wonder if perhaps he took his dangerous knowledge to the grave or beyond. The vanishing microbiologists. In the early 2000s, a bizarre cluster of deaths struck the world's top infectious disease researchers, sparking talk that someone was eliminating scientists who knew too much. It began with the disappearance of renowned Harvard virologist Don Wiley in November 2001. Wiley was an expert on lethal viruses like Ebola, and he vanished after a meeting in Memphis. His abandoned rental car was found on a Mississippi River bridge. As police searched, conspiracy theories erupted. This was weeks after 9/11 and the anthrax attacks, so some speculated terrorists kidnapped Wiley to weaponize his knowledge. or that he was murdered for uncovering a bioweapon secret.
Oh, you can't say that word.
Within a few months around the same time, several other microbiologists died under mysterious circumstances, including experts in DNA sequencing, biodefense,
Ebola.
and virology. This coincidence of multiple sudden deaths, car crashes, suicides, unexplained accidents, among elite scientists led observers to connect dots. As one account
Do you guys
noted,
think Epstein's
several
still
other
alive?
virus experts
And
have
he's in a
died under
FBI
mysterious
witness
circumstances
program?
around the same time, which only fueled speculation in Wiley's case. Ultimately, Don Wiley's body was found in the river, and his death ruled an accident.
Wait a minute. I've been watching this new show. What is it called? The Hunting Party. There's a show called The Hunting Party. And they had this secret, you know, they faked the death of certain inmates, like the worst of the worst, and then they put them underground in this facility. So we all thought they were dead, but they're actually down underground alive, and they're testing them and stuff. And it exploded, and so now they're having to go find all the ones that lived and got away. Sounds kind of like this, right? What if they took Epstein to some place where they faked his death so they could put him in some program like this, and the government is doing tests on him? Kind of funny how there's a TV show about it going on right now. Or is it just propaganda that they're putting on us? Which is it? Help me figure it out.
But not everyone was
Do you
convinced.
enjoy this fun
The
time?
pattern of the vanishing microbiologists remains
damn
an
it, I keep
internet
forgetting
age
water.
conspiracy theory. Did a clandestine group target them because of secrets related to biowarfare or pandemics? Or was it all tragic coincidence? We may never know, but the episode revealed how easily multiple untimely deaths can breed a theory
You know
that
what I wanna go
intellectuals are
watch?
being silenced for
go
discovering
watch
dangerous truths.
X-Files.
Percy Fawcett. Colonel Percy Fawcett in 1911.
Somebody
the British
wants you,
explorer's
Zero.
quest
Don't-
for a
don't
lost
even say
city
that.
would become one of
We all
history's
want
great
ya.
disappearance mysteries. Not all
No H
missing
word.
scientists are lab-coded scholars. In the case of Colin Percy Fawcett, his science was exploration.
interesting.
Fawcett was a British geographer,
I'm not the only one
archaeologist,
liking it.
and adventurer obsessed with finding Zed, a lost ancient city he believed lay hidden in the Amazon jungle.
See, I like
In
conspiracy theories.
1925,
I'll talk about
Fawcett
that.
set out into the Brazilian rainforest with his son Jack and another young man, determined to make a discovery that would rock the world. The trio was last heard
course,
from
Zero.
when
We're all
Fawcett
good.
sent a final letter describing their progress and high spirits, delivered before they plunged deeper into uncharted territory. They then vanished without a trace. No confirmed remains have ever been found, despite many follow-up expeditions, some of which met deadly ends themselves. Fawcett's disappearance became legendary. Did indigenous tribes kill them? Did they starve or die of illness? Or, as some fanciful tales suggest, did Percy Fawcett actually find the lost city?
By the way, just to say it, I'm not suicidal. So if something happens to me, just make sure Donnie gets to Hope. My one of my main mods over there, Hope, will find a good place for Donnie. Panda can stay with my stepdad. And also, or contact Puppies, Ponies, and Patriots. In, what are they at? Where are they at? Her name is Katie. Katie and the Saints on Facebook. Where are they at? Montana. What city in Montana? It was, anyways, look up Dog Rescue in Montana, and she has a lot of St. Bernards. Contact her. She will have a place for Donnie with somebody who knows how to be only with Donnie all the time.
Z and choose to stay there, enthralled
Just
by
saying.
its secrets?
Just
Adding intrigue, in recent years, archaeologists using modern technology have
Oh,
indeed
monster.
discovered evidence of large, advanced ancient settlements in the Amazon, near where Fawcett was looking. He may have been right
Shut
about
up,
Z,
Eddie.
after all. Percy Fawcett's fate is unsolved, but his story endures as a cautionary tale of relentless curiosity. An explorer-scientist who may quite literally have discovered too much and never returned from the unknown.
Oh, let's go backwards. Hold on, wait. I'm seeing some questions. Okay. All TV shows and movies, some had a predictive programming, right? Would you have to be physically strong and not old for the government to experiment on you? For the government to experiment on me, I would have to say I would be too old. I wouldn't want to say that, oh man, I wasn't strong enough to stand up to him. You know, because that's not manly. You're a man. You know, you can't just let them force you. You got to at least put up a fight, right? That's the way I would think. That's definitely what I would think. William McCaslin. Here's a short one on it. Let's see what this is.
Now to New
Whoa,
Mexico
that's
and the
loud.
latest on the urgent hunt for a retired Air Force general who vanished nearly 3 weeks ago. The FBI is now helping local
Dude, this lady, she had way too much she had way too much
in the search for
surgeries.
William Neal McCaslin.
She doesn't look
Investigators
right.
say the 68-year-old former general had some sort of brain fog before he disappeared,
She looks like
but
she
they
needs some
stress
help.
that he was not cognitively impaired.
There's no indication, and we are not putting forward that Mr. McCaslin was disoriented, confused.
I won't say it.
Arguably, he would still be the most intelligent person
If you know, you know.
in the room that any of us would be in. Highly intelligent, highly capable.
Is that Bernalillo? That's in New
That
Mexico.
information was given to us early on, and out of an abundance of caution, we escalated to a silver alert.
Now, before retiring, General McCaslin oversaw a highly classified program linked to UFO research. And many are wondering if that secretive work past and researching UFOs could have made him a target somehow. Even if you're a UFO skeptic,
Elizabeth Vargas?
it's hard not to be curious about another strange aspect of this case.
Okay.
A former colleague of General McCaslin's, who also
not loud
disappeared, also under strange circumstances last summer. Is it all a coincidence? Let's go to Alex Capriello, live in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Alex,
You think
what are
it's
you
the
hearing
green?
about not one, but two disappearances?
Yeah, how's she pulling that off? They must have put a blue screen
very
behind
strange,
her.
Elizabeth. We've been spending the day digging into
yeah,
this missing
Albuquerque.
persons case of Monica Reza. She vanished off the face of the earth about 9 months ago, last seen hiking in the Los Angeles forest with a companion. By all accounts, everything seemed normal that day. She was about 30 feet behind that person she was hiking with, smiling and waving. He turned around. Next thing you know, she was just completely gone. Rescue teams spent days looking for her, but actually
Just
never
completely
recovered
gone.
her body. But
Wait
what's
a minute.
so interesting...
So when they say completely gone, does that mean that, well, she was walking in front of me and then all of a sudden, boop, she's gone. She's out of here. So, you know me, I like to do all the different options here. So one, you know, she just completely vanished. Boop. You know? So that's one option. Let's say that's option A. Next option is this dude was walking behind her and he's like, I need to get rid of this chick, and just got rid of her in some way, shape, or form. So that's option 2. Or did I say A? So either A or B or 1 or 2, whatever you want to put. How about that? Then you could think another way. Well, maybe she was walking and she wanted to disappear herself. Option C or 3, whatever you want to put. Then you could say, well, what if she really fell in a hole? And she's out there, we got to go find her. I mean, there's so many different ways. Remember those books? You guys ever used to read those books? And be like, okay, if you think they should go left, go to page 46. If you think they should go right, go to page 76. You know one of those books? All right, I'm going to keep playing
This
it.
story, Elizabeth, is that she is essentially connected with General McCaslin
I've
right here in
never
New
been on a
Mexico.
helicopter.
She's an aerospace engineer, and she developed a special metal that was used in rockets. It was a project that the U.S. government funded and something that was overseen by the general. And now, all within less than 1 year, both of them have essentially vanished off the face of the earth. We don't know whether or not these missing persons cases are connected at this point, but I did tip off the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Department about it.
By the
asked
way,
if
I
this
hear
was
they're
a
back
lead
on
that they were
Patrol Live this
investigating,
week.
and we're still waiting to hear back. But here's what we do know, that critical timeline for the disappearance of the general. At the end of February, he was last seen chatting with a repairman inside of his house. His wife left for a doctor's appointment at around 11 o'clock in the morning, and then by noon, he was completely gone. His wife reporting him missing after that. So obviously, this is an ongoing story with search and rescue efforts still happening here on the mountains. We're going to continue to cover it for you. Elizabeth?
All right, Alex Capriello, live in Albuquerque. Thank you.
I love watching this stuff. I mean, it's interesting. American scientists found FAY News. They look, oh, that was 6 years ago. Cursed Zone Mysteries Conspiracy. Missing Scientist Conspiracy. Okay, let's hear this one.
Have you guys noticed how many scientists have gone missing or died lately?
Yeah. My homeboy, bro, I you know me.
You
I'm
don't
with
know.
You know, that's my type of crew.
Are they sitting in the same room?
You rock with the scientists?
I rock with the scientists.
Okay.
Neil.
Remember when he said he goes?
Yeah, they're in the
Neil
same
deGrasse.
room.
Neil.
Yeah, Armstrong.
That's
Yeah.
cool. I like
Neil
it.
Armstrong.
No, DeGrassi.
Oh, DeGrasse. Okay.
That's
Oh, don't
twin.
trust Neil
Twin.
deGrasse Tyson.
That's twin there.
Awesome.
He's still here though,
Neil
right? He
deGrasse.
ain't go anywhere,
No,
right?
he's not dead.
Okay.
Not on my list. Not on my list.
I heard he's
Okay.
bad.
Remember when he said he goes to the library every day?
Yeah.
And I do go to the library all the time. With
Okay.
them. Just saying.
So a bunch of scientists have gone missing or died lately. It's not believed to be related. These are all separate incidents involving people in science, aerospace, defense, or nuclear-related environments. So it's just a coincidence. But what everybody is looking at funny, though, right now is that all these incidents happen within about a year of each other, mid-2025 to early 2026. Some of these people vanished without a trace or died without a clear motive or
JJ?
reason or anything that just points to why they would have been targeted. Because a scientist, you know, it doesn't really make much sense. And a few of the cases have some very odd details, if you ask a lot of people. Now, some incidents do involve very normal investigations with suspects, so it's not like a specific set of circumstances that keeps happening to all these people. But let's just look at these. Shall we? So we'll start off with William Neal McCaslin. We've talked about him before on the show. Do you guys remember him?
They got Neil.
No. He's still missing.
Oh my God, they got my boy.
This the
Neil.
one.
Who is they?
Really?
I told y'all Neil. I told y'all Neil.
I hate you, Marion.
Didn't
This
I
is
swear
not
to
your
God, I
friend.
said Neil.
We said
They got
Neil.
my dog Neil, man.
I can't stand this fool.
He said, I was waiting for him to say McCaslin. He didn't say it.
I can't stand this fool, bro.
You just picked a random name and you just happened to hit.
But this is the one where his wife, he got missing, and his wife is still trying to find out where he
His
is.
wife
Yes,
put
yes,
that
yes.
long Facebook
Yeah,
post
yeah.
out,
I do remember
said he
this.
didn't have dementia
Yeah.
or anything. Okay, so he ran one of the Air Force's top science divisions.
got
He's
him-
basically in charge
they
of
got him in a
developing
tunnel
future
below.
military tech. So
They're
he
doing
probably knew
tests
about
on him
advanced
right now.
weapons research, space systems,
I
classified
think part of the test that they're doing is making them watch my show. If you're watching my show out there, hello. Hi.
military tech programs. He had retired, years
Sarah Connor.
before he went missing, but it just, he likely knew a lot of things. He disappeared from his home without his phone, without his glasses, without his smartwatch. He had
Oh, by the way, guys, if you have YouTube, like the member, I don't know, you pay $90 a month or whatever it is. I saw a good movie and I'm gonna watch it tonight probably. It's called oh my gosh, I forgot the name of the something boys. I know what we can do. Go back to YouTube. What do you call it's got Seth Green and what's the guy from Fast and the Furious? Oh my gosh. The Juggalo Boys? No. I clicked on it so I would remember to watch it later on. Oh, it's not going to let me see stuff. Okay, Seth Green. Vince, isn't his name Vince something? Seth Green. I already forgot who the other person is. What's Dominic? Vin Diesel, thank you. Vin Diesel movie. There's another person in there too. The Knockaround Guys. This is it. You can watch The Knockaround Guys. Good movie. It's a real good movie. You can watch it on YouTube for free. There's your one thing. Nice YouTube. Anyways, get back to here.
a wallet, hiking boots, and gun missing. So maybe he took that. But you don't need no glasses to see. You need hiking boots, a gun, and your wallet, but you don't need your glasses.
Yeah, that's what I thought was
people
weird.
Thought, that was a little weird. His sweatshirt was then found over a mile away.
No, what's weird is how they they put that out. You know, normally when somebody goes missing, they're like, oh yeah, they're missing. They're wearing this clothes, last seen wearing this clothes, this shoes, right? No, they're like, and the only thing they left in the car was they left their wallet, their glasses, and their keys right in the car. That's what they're talking about? I mean, what the heck? That's weird.
Apparently.
That's
but
weird.
Nobody has seen or heard from him since. And police say he had mental fog issues. But again, his wife was saying he didn't have dementia. They don't have any confirmed evidence of a crime, but the FBI got involved.
I
And
love
we haven't heard
watching these.
anything about him since. For real.
So interesting, bro.
Isn't it? Then you got Monica Reza. Now, she worked on materials used in spacecraft and propulsion systems, basically the stuff that rockets are built from. So she probably knew how spacecraft materials behave under extreme conditions. And she disappeared during a daytime hike as well. No trace found at all. No known health issues. Search just ended without any answers. And then you had Carl Grillmayer. He was a Caltech astronomer. A lot of people, I saw him going viral actually a little bit from when he went missing. He studied space objects and exoplanets and asteroid tracking. So he probably had some space survey data up here, near Earth object tracking type situations. So he was shot and killed at his house, or at a home, I should say. I don't know if it was his house. And nobody really knew what the motive was initially. A suspect was later arrested.
You know what this is, right? This is like the basic plot to every movie. They're just putting out the basic plot to every single movie, right? What I mean by that is all these scientists that are getting, you know, lost. They're all, when you put them all together, they're all the different sciences that go together with UFOs. Put that conspiracy theory hat on right there, right? Think about it. That's what they're portraying. Think of every, you know, science fiction movie is all about that, right? You know, they're foreshadowing for you. That's a problem now. Like, I'm watching TV today, and I was like, okay, wait. You know, why would all of a sudden they show an energy drink on this show? Why, you know, there's a reason that energy drink, and so the whole rest of the video or the show, I'm like, why did they use that energy drink? What is the energy drink? What was the purpose of putting that energy drink in the show? And then it turns out that the guy who was giving out the free energy drinks was the murderer, right? It's a story, right? This could just be a story they're telling us.
They say that it's a regular homicide
That's the
case,
stuff that goes
but
through my
it just
head.
was very fishy given, you know, now the trend we're seeing here. Same thing that happened to Nuno Loureiro. I think it's Loureiro. Got a little, you know, I'm trying to say his name right. He worked on fusion energy. He was trying to create power
Fusion
like the
energy.
sun. We talked about him. Remember this one? He was working on a huge
Fusion energy. Could that maybe possibly be that element 115? Is it 115 or 125? 115, right? Gotta be 115.
future energy breakthrough. He was shot and killed at his house. They treat it like a normal homicide investigation. There was news that it might have been some jealous former classmate or something like that. And everybody was like, but he knows a lot of information. So the fact that all these people, not even just him, Melissa Cassius, she was a Los Alamos employee. Now, she was not a scientist or anything. She was an administrative worker at a U.S. nuclear research lab. So
administrator, right? She's probably like maybe top of the top brass.
the people think that she might have known internal operations, people's schedules. She just vanished after being seen walking near a highway.
Does that happen to my daughter's friend?
Left behind money, left behind her ID, phones. Family says her phones were factory reset.
Wow, Val. Wow.
Now, when's the last time?
Never factory reset.
People don't just factory reset phones.
And you actually got to go in and do that.
Right.
You can't just like press a button. You got to actually go into your phone and do that.
Like, I'm deciding. I don't want any of this anymore.
She is the decider.
So, it's not all this stuff. They're unrelated.
The decider. Does anybody know what I'm talking about when I'm saying the decider? I'm really going to get in trouble on YouTube or Facebook or whatever. The decider. Do you guys know what I'm talking about before I type it in another way? Do you guys know yet? I'm definitely going to get in trouble for this. I'm having fun tonight.
Behold, my fortress of solitude.
Impressive.
Afternoon, Sojourners. Strawberry Coors? It's something I invented. I take a regular Coors and I drink it through a Twizzler, you see.
Dude, I actually used to do that at the theater, you know? You get the regular Coke, but you drink it through the cherry... It was cherry red vines. That's what it was. Cherry red vines. Cherry red vines.
I really like your roommate. Nice touch with the rolling. Don't want to open the door too wide and let Disability Check Dan over there see your...
Disability Check Dan. What's that, Donnie?
Fortress of Solitude? Oh, good Lord, it's real.
You know, Stan, it's too bad. I actually liked Francine. The rest of them can suck it, but Francine, I'm sorry to see die.
I'm sorry. I think I like American Dad so much more than anybody else. I should. Yeah, you know what? We're going to have fun here. I'm shutting down YouTube. So YouTube, go to Eddie Block Films on Rumble and watch with us over there. And Facebook. Sorry, guys. Go to Eddie Block Films on Rumble, where we won't get in trouble for having a fair use of this video here. So good night, Facebook. Terminate. Good night, YouTube. F you, YouTube.